Yo, everybody. How's it going? Good to see y'all today. How are we looking? Frame rate's low, just like always. Great. I love it. I love a good low frame rate. Something I'm hoping I can fix next year. Maybe upgrade from the what is this thing called? What's that Elgato thing? I should just using the cam link. Yeah, hopefully I can update from that so we can get a little bit better frame rates later. How y'all doing? Welcome. I went late, very close to going live, or I went live very close to the end of the countdown. Yeah, that's it. So we're slow, we're sleepy, we're getting started early and slowly today, but welcome filter in. How you guys doing? Frenchie, good to see you. 07's my friend. Hey, I see you on the org rankings right now. You're at the top of the list for activity. I hope you're enjoying some good old-fashioned Star Citizen. Some end-of-patch Star Citizen when nobody really wants to play anymore. Hope you're having a good time, my friend. Cryogenics, good to see you. Punchy. I almost said you Tony. Called you Tony because you're the toes boy. Good to see you, Punch. Child of Night, Cotton, how's it going? What's up? What's up? Shempasta, good to see you. 07's buddy, FX. Welcome, fresh from the vine, fresh in the garden, fresh to the table. Toter Kenny. 07's buddy, hello. Holston Coop, the Coop, my man. I love seeing Holston Coop in chat because I never get to see you in game anymore, dude. Hope you're having a good one. Hope things are going well. Traveling for work and stuff. This dude's always all over the place. You know, I didn't set the focus for my camera today. Looks like it's doing okay. This chair is so uncomfortable. This chair's horrible. Like, this is straight up. I feel like I'm laying down. My parents gave away my chair. This is why you can't share a home. My parents straight up gave away my chair while I was in Turkey. They were like, well, you could use this one. Ay. Shadow Spectre, good morning. Robert 07, Dirty Robot, good to see you. John, Revo, how y'all doing? Oh, you're in Lithuania this week. That's very far from Germany. Wait, actually, it's not that far from Germany. I think. I'm American. I don't know geography. Good to see you, though. You've been giving the Corsair a chance, and gotta say it's pretty fun. And full Gimbo laser repeater setup is a very fun in PvE. Good to hear it, Frenchie. Dude, I'd love to head out in the Corsair with you, do some testing. I gotta test that thing. I was thinking about doing it on Wednesday, actually. Just a session of multi-crew gameplay, testing out the Corsair, see how it does in all the situations. Maybe you can hop in. Panic switched. Oh, hi. How you doing? Yesterday you mentioned a video with charts and all about dev progress. I subscribed but can't find it. Pointers. Yes, that one is a supporter exclusive right now. So if you go on, I can show you. If you go to youtube.com/spacetomat. It's actually tomato, but tomat sounds better, I think. If you come here, you see right here in members only videos, that's the most recent one. So for these, you have to be a channel member, or you could be a Twitch subscriber. Any platform works, but that's how you get access to those videos. Otherwise, it'll be released probably in like 6 months or so publicly. Is generally when these are released. I need to get this one off of there. But yeah, that's how you would see that one. Or, okay, hold on. Wait, go back. There is an alternative. If you go to the live streams and you go back to this stream right here, is the development accelerating? That was like where that video started. So if you could watch that too, and you kind of get a similar experience. But that's that. Space tomat. I've got my wife's cup today. She's got a giant Grinch mug because she likes the Grinch, and I always get the best mug because it's the hardest for me to drink tea. So I'm sure you're wondering why we're here. I've just been talking, rambling about, waffling on, as they call it overseas. My friends, my good English friends in it. Today we're doing some news and reviews. We're gonna look at what's been going on with Star Citizen recently in terms of updates, in terms of news, in terms of maybe some Evocati stuff, some of what the developers have been saying. There's plenty of threads on here where developers will come in, and you can actually see here, I'm looking at the dev tracker, and you can go on the website. What the heck That is not the... What is that? Did that take me to the wrong screen? Did I just have the wrong key binding on here? I totally do. That's funny. Okay, well, no more pressing that button. Actually, I could fix that very easily. So, what's on the screen right now, as you can see, and that should fix it. All right, let's see if that works. Go to there and go to there. Cool. All right, so we're good. So what you can see on the screen up here is the dev tracker. And what this is basically, because they have their own forums, the devs freely go on there and post on there and reply to people. And you can come on the website and see where the devs have been talking. And this is a great way to see like kind of the newest news that they're not putting in ISC or official releases or stuff like that. So I found a couple of threads that I thought were interesting. Threw them up here. We're going to go ahead and look through those, but we're also going to look at like the Galactopedia update, the new ship coming out, some stuff about 318 cargo refactor, Evocati stuff going on. And then at the end of this all, we will look at some of the future features that I think might be lining up for 319, which, you know, no guarantees, not even a high percentage chance, but like these are just things that have finished up in the last 6 months that might possibly fit in to the next update. And it has been confirmed 319 is still planned. What they have on here is what they currently have planned. So 4.0 will not be the next patch. I think we all kind of figured 4.0 was further away than that. But there you have it. So let's get started. After I finish saying my hellos, hi everybody. Hey, good to see ya. Welcome. Always happy to see some cool regular faces up in here, at least names, because no other faces. Snorkel, welcome to the garden. Hey P-Bond, how you doing? You're off on Wednesday and you'll be available to help out with that and or loan your Corsair for it. Well, thank you. Will be good fun. Didn't know about the dev tracker. Let me show you where you can find it. So if you go to the main website, bam, they always have that annoying pop-up that like, even if you say, I don't want to see this anymore, it pops up again a week later. If you scroll down past the news and comm links to the developer activity here, this is the dev tracker. So these are the newest posts, and then you can just click up here for view all and see what else they've been saying. And I'm telling you, there's good info in there. Stuff that they obviously don't devote an entire ISC to, but like part of the nature of Star Citizen's development, God, I sound like Jared when I say that, but part of like being in Star Citizen is getting to know kind of more of what's going on. Looking at some of these interesting things that devs say that you wouldn't normally get to hear. They're not always like amazing. Oh, the Q&A for the RSI Galaxies on Wednesday. I was about to say, if they were releasing that right now, that would have been perfect for us. Do we still believe in 4.0 for 2023? I believe it's possible. I'm not going to say it's going to happen. I already have a video out there saying that. I'm going to eat my words with that video. I put it out July of this year. It was actually technically just my take on the letter from the chairman, but I kind of angled it as a preview for 4.0. And in that video, I think I said that like it probably won't come until summer of 2023. And I know it's going to be summer of 2023, and I'm going to be like, I'm going to get message to that video. Somebody's going to remind me, hey, you said this, you ass. 4.0 in 23 is possible, but unlikely. Who knows? Honestly, I don't think there's a good enough way of knowing right now, because they're so focused on PES. We have just no visibility of server meshing or the work going into that right now. I'm hoping that we start to hear about it Q1 of next year. Hey, Justin. How you doing? After you're a believer, it will come for Christmas. I hope you mean next Christmas, Justo. Top of the morning, Tusk Tooth. What's up? What's up? How you doing today, my friend? How's your week going? Studio change? Yeah. About a week and a half ago or so, we had a move from Turkey to the US, So I'm here for the holidays, just visiting my parents. We don't have a place in the US, so we kind of just crash in my bedroom window. And I am streaming from my sister's childhood bedroom. It works. We make it work. There's like some lights here and stuff, you know, little bennies on the wall. It works. Mrs. Tomato can turn anything into a pretty nice stream setup. Server meshing will take just as long as PES. Why do you say that? I think it's possible that it could take as long as PES, but at the same time, they've also tried to emphasize at least that PES is more work, or at least the bulk of the work that goes into server meshing. So I am interested in seeing how, I'm sure it's not quantifiably apples to apples or anything like that, but interested in getting a better grasp of what challenges server meshing poses after we've gotten PES. You know, like, are you just going from 95 to 100%? Going from 60 to 100? Like, what's the game plan? What's the roadmap? Give me the roadmap for the roadmap. For the roadmap leading to the roadmap. I think we're going to see a lot of 3.19.x patches before 4.0. I wouldn't be surprised if they just did 3.20. It'd be kind of funny. Just because it looks funny, but... Wait, no more freestyling? No. No, not since I got kicked off the hot mic at karaoke night. Yeah, they don't like freestyling. So I just said no more of that. Server meshing in 23 confirmed by Space Tomato. You heard it here first, folks. Don't trust anyone else. Don't even trust Chris. I got you. Server meshing will be worked on in 2023. No doubts. 100% guarantee. Meshing is a byproduct of PES, effectively. Right. And I hope we get another update on how they are in lockstep after PES is in the game. So, with soft destruction, what ships do you believe are easiest to defend from boarding? Ooh, ask me that again when we get to soft death, because we're going to talk about that up in here. Up in these little tabs up here. We'll get to that. Just joined the garden today. Welcome, Ed. Good to have you. Hoping to be a part of a chill org that's active, I can have good times and share my ships with. We're always looking for more people to have good times and share ships. It's like two of the best parts of Star Citizen. Good times and ships. You'll be right at home. Happy to have you with us. We've got a couple good ideas coming up for 3.18 events. It's a little quiet because people aren't playing yet. End of a patch and all that stuff. But we're going to get some stuff going here soon. I hate having the camera so high up here. Feels weird. Anyways, I've been rambling enough. Let's start to get to the news. What's been going on? What's been happening? First, there was a Galactopedia update, and this one's interesting. You guys remember the sandworm? Remember the everybody's favorite feature, Star Citizen, was super promptly brought to the game. There were no misunderstandings. It was completely worthwhile to develop it. The good old sandworm, like one of the biggest celebrities, I would say, in Star Citizen. If you don't remember, I think these pictures might help remind you. Oh, sorry, we're in the wrong direction. So you guys remember this thing? The old sandworm at what was that? 2016 CitizenCon, I think it was, something like that. It got an update. Well, okay, it didn't get an update. The planet that it's found on got an update in the Galactopedia. I haven't read it yet. I just noticed it was on the list here, and so I wanted you to join me. We can see what little bit they fit into the lore. So the update here says Lear 3 is the final planet from the sun of the Lear system. This is where the demo was with the sandworm. A carbon planet, Lear 3's surface is a sandy desert partially covered in towering graphite crystals. That sounds easy to render. Its atmosphere of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur, nitrogen, and ozone gives rise to powerful storms. Soon after its discovery, adventurous colonists attempted to erect permanent installations that would endure the weather. But their efforts were forced to cease when indigenous Valakars, the megafauna also known as giant sandworms, repeatedly destroyed the half-finished buildings. Today, a handful of miners and outlaws live on Layer 3 in temporary encampments around the planet that can be easily moved ahead of deadly storms or Valakar attacks. Okay, anybody else feel like the word Valakar sounds like something that was pulled from Dune? I feel like it's almost close to a word that I've heard that has to do with Dune. But there's your update on that planet. So they are definitely sticking with the worms, with the worms on Layer 3. I'll give you a look at how far away Layer 3 is, because I want to be like, hey, that's pretty cool. They've got where's the star map? Can you not access the star? Oh, it's up here. It's pretty cool. They're actually doing it. They're sticking to it. It's in the lore. They're I mean, obviously they can always retcon it, but like they're kind of pulling through with the idea. They're not just shoving it away. They've got the name, they've got the reason that it's there, they've got what it does to humans when it's there, all that stuff. But then like you go into the star map and you look at how where is Stanton? Should be like right here somewhere. There it is. Stanton's right here, yeah? Lear 3. Shoot, I don't even have to look for it itself. We can chart a course from Stanton to Lear. Allow basically anything small and up, I guess. 7 jumps. It's freaking 7 jumps away to get to Lear 3. Like, and that's not it's not like a train track of systems they have to make, right? This is an area of systems that they're going to have to fill out before they get 7 jumps away. How many other planets are within 7 jumps of Stanton? Terra, Hadrian, Pyro, Ellis, Keel, Kafka, Helios, Genesis, Tartanus, Goss, Baker. Like, it's going to be so far away. So it's cool that they've got the lore, but sandworms are coming no time soon. At all. Everything about that word is Arrakis. Yeah. And Arrakis is probably the word I was thinking of that reminds me of that. They might not do the planets in order. They can always add systems in between later. They could. You're right about that. Maybe they'll skip over. Maybe they really want to get sandworms into the game. Will the whole A be purchasable ship in-game in 3.18? I don't know. I don't think they've mentioned that yet. Good question, though. Let's see if there's any other interesting updates here. The Lear system, we just kind of listened to. Valakar, considered a nuisance by architects. Yeah, they're giant freaking sandworms. Of course it's going to be a nuisance. I guess the Min system. You guys want to learn about a new star system real quick? So the Min system is an unclaimed system of 4 moons that orbit the rogue planet Min 1. Discovered in 2473 by the mining concern the Hathor Group, it was a company secret until 2672 when the Hathor Group suffered a hack that leaked Min's locations. Ooh. And how's that for a hacking mission in the game? You hack information and it leads to a new star system? That would be pretty cool. Tall tales began to circulate among outlaw groups about a strange, sunless system haunted by glowing ghosts. Min's existence was officially revealed to the UEE in 2702. That's a long time. When advocacy agent Hiram Qureshi tracked a smuggling ring through Ellis Min jump point. The UEE determined that the system was not worth developing and left it unclaimed. The only permanent settlement in Min was established on Min 1B by researchers, outlaws, and survivalists in 2816. That's a cool system. Sounds like they could have some fun with that. Glowing ghosts and stuff. Gamer World can't wait for Pez. Gotta wait till what, the 30th? Hopefully it goes live this year, or if it doesn't go live, hopefully it's an open PTU, and we can at least be trying it out. Will the whole A be purchasable in ship in-game? You asked me that already, or at least I saw that already. Need the jump points, though, just to get there, so need the systems, even bare-bone ones. Yeah, we need some kind of a jump point or something. Hey, Toasty. Been been a while. Good to see you back. Yeah, I would hope the Scorpius and the Mule definitely be in the game for 318. Whole A would be good too. The Tarkov system. All right, so that's the Galactopedia update. Next up, we're going to take a look at 3.18 and some of the details going on with that. So 3.18 is coming up. It's in Evocati. It's getting a lot of testing done, and kind of in the lead up, they talk about some of the smaller changes that they're making to the update. So something that's changed a lot with Star Citizen over the last couple of years is that there are generally a lot more features going into the game, going into each update, than what you see like here on the formal roadmap list. This is, I think, partially because they stopped showing us so much of the stuff that was going to be on the roadmap. Like, they only show a quarter ahead. But also because the teams themselves have just gotten better at development and getting to fit things in, because they've got better schedules, they've got better studios, they've got better organization than they did 3 or 4 years ago. So what we end up seeing are small changes that sometimes can make a big difference. Sometimes they're just small, but they still kind of want to get feedback and hear what people think of them. So this is something I actually haven't even looked at. Something about balancing keys. Let's see. They're currently working on significant changes to the aiming system, which will not debut in 3.18. Okay, so this isn't even planned for 3.18. But in a later patch. However, several related key bindings will be available in the upcoming release, being 3.18. New gimbal swap commands will allow you to set a gimbal mode of your choice directly. G-key short press will only swap between fixed and auto gimbal modes. G-key long press will activate manual gimbal modes. And additionally, there are now key bindings to directly select fixed, auto, and manual gimbal modes. Honestly, I don't actually fight enough to to know how significant this is. That's something I'm trying to fix for myself, but there's a lot of stuff going on with weapons and balancing and fighting right now. There are actually some shield changes that we're gonna oh, they're down here. So we're gonna read a little bit about shield changes coming up too. Hey John, good to see you again. How you doing? No guarantees though. They're become a little woolier about when ships can be purchasable in game. We can hope though. Usual deal until you see it in the patch notes. Don't rely on it. Yeah, and I think they need to kind of set a standard. They can't. I don't like this whole. We'll put it in when we feel like it. They need to tell us. Hey, is it going to be 6 months later? Is it 1 update later? Is it 2 updates later? How are you guys going to do it? And then stick to it. I think it should be 1 quarter. Makes the most sense to me. And honestly, at some point they should get rid of that quarter. Probably by the time we're going to live launch or whatever you want to call it. I don't like the idea of. Did somebody just... Yo, Flint! Flint Waters became a supporter over on YouTube. Thank you. That's a big deal. YouTube supporters are the best. Honestly, YouTube membership is the easiest. You get direct access right to those exclusive videos. Check them out, my friend. And thanks for the support. I don't know what I was saying. Oh, the adding the ships to the game. Yeah, I 100%. In fact, I want to hear what you guys have to say about this. I'm going to start a little poll here. How do I do this? How do I start a poll? All right. Let's say when should ships be added to the PU for a UEC purchase? I mean, I'm assuming I'm assuming it's gonna be this answer, but we'll see what people have to say. I love to hear people's sort of idea behind why it shouldn't be 1 quarter. 1 quarter, 2 quarters, 3 quarters. Immediately. Let's see who picks that one. All right, I'm gonna start that one over on YouTube, and then let me go ahead and I just pinned somebody's message. My bad. And let me get one started over here on Twitch for you. 1 quarter. 2 quarters. 3 quarters. Immediately. Let me know what you think. You hear that, chat? We are second-rate produce now? Never. Twitch is the ultimate chat experience. Can't be beat. Sorry, YouTube. YouTube's got its ups. But so does Twitch. You just don't understand why there are so many backlog ships. Different reasons. They really, it's you can't put it all towards one reason because the ships are all so different. I think there are some ships that probably shouldn't be in the backlog, maybe like the Apollo. But like just throw a dart at the board of ships that are in the backlog and it probably has a decent reason for being in the backlog. The Vulcan doesn't have drones that work. The Banu Merchantman is a ridiculously big ship that doesn't have any existing ships to really work off of besides the Defender, and it's not even going to have its gameplay. It's going to be a glorified cargo ship, which is, you know, I'm not saying like that's the reason that it shouldn't be in the game. I think the Merchantman should be in the game by now, but it explains why it's in the backlog, or at least it's an excuse for it. The Pioneer is another good one. Yeah, it can't build anything. The whole series, you wouldn't be able to ship anything with those. The Idris, gonna be way too big and way too many people in one place. Cause too much trouble if you end up with 3 Idris in one spot or something like that. And they probably also want to like save the surprise for Squadron 42. The Endeavor, that's a pretty clear one. The big ships would break the game now, especially the trading ones. Yeah, the trading ones would be ridiculous. Oh, somebody took a picture of Tommy for me.
Tommy picture. My grandma.
Thank your grandma. Look, it's Tommy. I don't know if you guys can really see this, but Tommy is currently staying away from the house at the office with all the people. And we don't get to see her until January. But she looks like she's good. Yeah. Can't wait to see her again. You understand the argument about giving it a quarter of exclusivity to make sales, but in general, most ships had concept time to do those FOMO sales anyways. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point, Justin. Hey, Fault. Mace X. 07's buddy, how you doing? They don't want to kill the John crew, which is why the Endeavor is in the backlog. I find it funny that like some of the people, like John Crew himself, have explicitly been like, I dread the things that they did before I got here that I'm gonna have to figure out how to do, because some of these ships are really complicated. Citizen John, it's just jumping from YouTube to Twitch, huh? Doing good? Good to hear it. All right, let's keep going with this update. So the toggle PIP type got updated. We will give you the option to toggle between lead and lag pips, giving you more flexibility to adjust your aiming. In addition to the toggle binding, you can now directly set lead or lag mode with a button. So I think you had to go into the pause menu to do that before. That's cool, you could do it on the fly, but I feel like most people stick to one or the other. I guess this will be an easy way for newcomers to try out either way. You looking forward to the C1? Same. C1's a cool ship. That one's exciting. ESP got 2 new hold key bindings. It will be allowed to allow you to momentarily enable ESP by holding down a button. This is useful for certain joysticks that feature dual stage triggers, allowing the first stage to enable ESP and the second stage to fire weapons. That's pretty cool. I don't even think... Nope, none of these are dual stage triggers, but like, that's cool for people who have them. In addition to the current toggle, you will be able to set keys to specifically deploy or retract your landing gear, which is required for hardware switches. Huh. I thought we had that. Didn't we have one for landing gear and then one for VTOL and one for orientation settings? Execute, by the way, I don't know if I ever said hi when I saw you earlier. talking about the freestyling. Hope you're having a good day, dude. Execute hooked me up with some Windows so that I could actually get my computer back up and running. That was gonna be painful. What do you think about what Morphologist said the other day about the release of ships over the next 78 years? Do you think he's right with that estimate, or you think I'm guessing that means 7 to 8 years? I don't remember anything about 78. Yeah, I think 7 to 8 years is I don't know how to judge the statement. I mean, I don't know exactly what is the idea that the ships that we know of now will be released in 7 to 8 years, because I full-heartedly believe that we'll still have ships in concept in 8 years. And past that, I think we'll have ships in concept throughout the entire lifestyle cycle of this game. Like I said, I hope that they would be like, hey, we've got a concept ship. It's coming out in a quarter. Buy it now, and you get it at the same time everybody else in game can get it. But even if they do that, or they don't do that, no matter what they do, I think they will still be being like, hey, there's a new ship coming out next quarter. Here's the concept for it. Buy it early. I think that will be happening for decades. I don't think 7 to 8 years is very significant, because I think we'll be seeing some of those ships finished beforehand, some of them finished afterhand. Afterhand? Is that a term? Some of the stuff will be finished afterhand at some point. But yeah, I think it's going to be years and years and years for this stuff to be done. Oh yeah, John is not excited about doing the Caterpillar again. He said as much. The missing gameplay argument is kind of whack though, because we have plenty of ships with missing function. Most of this game is making up the gameplay scenarios with friends anyways. Get in, we're going so and so. Which is true, but you have to say, you have to admit that it makes sense that at some point the company sat down and said, hold on, maybe we shouldn't release these ships that are less useful than a ship. Like, at some point they probably were thinking the concept ships are going to make less money if people can't imagine the gameplay they're doing with them. So they slowed down on them. I think that they're having trouble with that, which is why they're still doing the concept ships. But over time, they at some point had to realize that releasing less ships with useless function is going to help them in the long run. And I think they started to kind of get that around 2018, kept on doing it until like last year, and then got really good about it last year. I still think that they struggle with it, I do, but I think that they kind of raised the standard for like, why should we release a ship? Especially since they could just release a ship to concept, like you said, and still make plenty of money. But I honestly believe that if they announce a ship that's coming out in a quarter and people already know what it's going to do, it would sell a lot more than if they just announced the ship like if the Galaxy was coming out in a quarter, that thing would have sold so much more. What's up, Scott? Meant to say 7 to 8 years. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I figured 78 would be a lot. What do I think will take the longest? Probably the Endeavor. I think there will be ships that take longer than the Endeavor that we don't know about yet. But for now, the Endeavor. Afterwards. But even that's spelled with an A. English weird. You have a subtle feeling the Galaxy might come out within a year of 4.0. No clue on that. Wish they would slow down the concepts and focus on making the core ships better. Sadly, some ships may need to go away. To be honest, they have slowed down quite a bit on the concept ships. That's part of what I went over in my video. I don't know. Don't look at my Google Drive, please. I don't know if I had that specifically on my notes for the video. Where the heck is it? Here we go. Let's see. So this was some of the information that I went over. Again, if you want to watch this whole video, if you are a YouTube channel member, a Twitch subscriber, anything like that, you can find this. It's exclusive to you for now. It'll be out for everybody else in about 6 months. But this was the ship numbers I tracked over the last 4 years. And Gosh, how can I? So the unique total ships are the unique ships that they are introducing to the game, whether they are concept ships or straight to flyable ships or concept ships from before that they made flyable. And you can kind of see like the number going up was, let's see, from here to here it was 13, 5, 8, 9. But in terms of actual flyable ships, it was, let's see, 5 between these years, and then 6 between these years, and then 8 between these years, and another 8 between these years. So the unique flyable ships compared to the unique total ships did go up relatively. And I think that was them kind of leaning back on releasing concepts, especially back in like 2018, 2019. We were getting a lot more concept ships than we do now. A lot more of them now are straight to flyable stuff that straight to flyable stuff that people are buying just because they can actually fly it now. So it looks like the poll had a winner. Everybody voted for 1/4. I'm not surprised. I do hope that's the way it goes. I do. I'm with you all on that. And it looks like on YouTube, 1/4 is winning as well with 43% of the vote. So most people want to see ships come to the game within 1/4 of an announcement. Yeah, we had 3 concept ships this year. 2 of them, no, 1 of them was at the event. I think 2 of them were at events and then 1 was separate from that. We don't really get that much concept stuff anymore. It's the straight to flyable stuff that's keeping the backlog from being made. Creating ships is like producing cars in a production line. We will always have ships in concept phase, ships in gray box. They move probably from team to team. Yeah. Just speaking overall, people with concept vouchers 10 years old is kind of cringe. Yeah. It sucks that there are concepts that are 10 years old. It really does. Can't wait for the Getek Rylan. That's a cool ship. Although I do miss... You guys remember the old concept for Xi'an cargo ships? It was really cool. I hope that they could still get back to this. This style for the Xi'an. The whole vertical ship style. So cool. I think this is an awesome concept. And this is a really old picture from like 2013, 2012. I don't think they'll go back to this, but man, I hope they do. Because it looks sick. The Raylan's cool too. Still waiting for NPCs to stop standing on chairs. That'd be great. You played a bit the last few days, but you think you'll get more active in 3.18? I hope so, Holston. From how many years they try to fix this? I think they've definitely put like a good year of effort into trying to get the NPCs to work better. But it seems like something that's just going to be broken as long as the networking stuff is so bad. As much as I spend money on real ships, I think having them available immediately to buy in-game for the players who might not have the real money funds should be the standard practice. Yeah, definitely. I see the month of exclusivity there, but within 1/4, yeah. Any more word on industrial tools coming to the game? Not really. No, nothing new on that yet. Tell me something. That ship you can see in the video of CC. What is CC? Of SC? Oh, in the original video. Yeah, it's an old one. 2014 wasn't modularity supposed to be introduced then? I don't know. Get out of here, spam bots. All right, let's keep going on this. Keep getting distracted, me. You know how it is. All right, so we've got a stopwatch being added to the game. Adding a stopwatch to the flight HUD as a tool for the racing community. And honestly, that sounds pretty useful just for tracking your own like trade routes and stuff. 2 key bindings are available. short press to start and pause the watch, and a long press to reset the watch. The stopwatch would be super useful for so many different things in a game like this. And I didn't even realize I needed it. Good thing they're adding it. I like that. Balance changes. So this is the big stuff. Oh, Sigelian, though. That's the actual big stuff. Sigelian just dropped a raid on us. Appreciate you, dude. Let me hit you with that shout out real quick. Classic. How have you been? What have you been up to? Were you guys cooking today? We're playing some Ultima? Playing some Ultima Online. Very nice. Hope that was a good stream. Welcome to the show, folks. We're just doing some review on Star Citizen news and features coming up. Stuff going into 3.18, stuff going into Beyond, and stuff that makes us angry. You know, we like to yell at each other every once in a while. Hello, Maiden. Good to see you here. 07s. At least 2 quarters not fair on players who spend real money. Ho, that is a argument. We are the big stuff, says Reese. Anyway, off to work. Have a good stream. Thank you, Sigelian. Thank you for the raid, buddy. We got to get out and do some more refueling sometime. 3.18. Hey, Pumpkin Pie. Thanks for joining with the raid. Do you know if we will all start with a normal currency, or will they be allocated? Will they be allocated in on time played? We'll all start with the same currency amount, unless you're like buying game packages with currency or stuff like that. Hey, Toasty Spuds. Spuddies. Just hopping in. What major things missed? Just joining. Oh, we've just been talking a little bit about the patch watch for 3.18. Some of their Galactopedia update stuff. So, and we were just getting to ballistic shield penetration changes. So this is a big one. This is one of the more debated changes I've been hearing about right now. Ballistic shield penetration will be largely increased. With this change, even strong shields will only scrub off a few percentage of incoming ballistic damage. Related but not quite ready for Alpha 3.18, we're working on weapon diversification, which will strongly influence weapon performance parameters and ammo counts. This is planned for a later patch next year. So, ballistic weapons have always been meant to pass through shields. Shields were supposed to be a anti-energy protectorant. Ballistic damage is meant to penetrate those shields, and it sounds like they're moving it up a lot more. And I can only imagine, because physical damage, this is going to be something that corresponds to the armor of your ship, which is that kind of other rating that people don't know about yet. It's weird. Star Citizen has all this stuff that is like known is going to be in the game, but also at the same time very much largely unknown. So all of our ships have armor ratings. They all have armor on them. Some manufacturers build their ships with better armor. Anvil will have a more armored ship than Drake will, and that will make a difference when it comes to ballistic weapons. And what they are doing here looks like is kind of preparing or testing for that kind of a difference in possibilities, even though armor is not in the game yet. So we'll see how that goes. Did you see the tweet Astropub commented on about this change? A dev gave a tad more insight to ballistic change. That's actually what we're going over right now. So there's a couple of comments from the developers here where they talk about these changes that we'll take a look at. Hello, Skullface. In my opinion, how fast will we be seeing new solar systems added to the PU? Will there be ever a time in my opinion, that CIG will surprise us and start dropping systems on us? I don't think so. We'll always see them coming. If nothing else, then because people can get into the data of the patches beforehand. Hopefully we will see multiple systems a year, but I think we're still a ways away from that. It would be nice if we got something for buying with real money, but skins are not everyone's taste. Well, that's why I'm saying I think a quarter of having the ship to yourself would be good. But I think honestly, if you're buying it with real money, that should be less for the reward of buying it and more for back in the game. And I think CIG should start to emphasize that as the game gets closer and closer to being made. Because they're going to have a harder and harder time trying to emphasize people for spending real cash over people who just are earning in the game the closer this gets to being a game. Do you know where the new Asian servers are located? Singapore? I don't know. Listen to my podcast during a tooth operation. It was very relaxing. Thanks for that. That's pretty cool. I hope it made the tooth operation a little better. At least they were relaxing. Which one was it? May have to hit view the rest of the replies first. Yeah, I jumped straight to this update just because I wanted it here. We have the rest of the stuff to go through. Do you think 3.18 is the biggest patch since 3.0? It's a good question. Definitely the biggest since 3.15. I don't know if it's a bigger patch than 3.15. Yeah, I don't know. We have to see how much PES really makes a difference. And I know, like, obviously without the matchmaking, you're not going back to your own stuff. But when I think of PES making a difference, I'm thinking of what am I going to see from past battles? Somebody else fought someone here. Will I actually be able to go down and find out what that ship had on it and take that and sell it? And like, if that's a realistic possibility in 3.18, then yeah, I think it would be the biggest since 3.0. Because that's just a huge fundamental change to how the game works. And if it's reliable, I think it's a pretty big deal. But we'll see. Australia, you think witch base? Maybe. All right, so moving on from the ballistic shield penetration here. Health component distortion pass says that the health of items will be increased to have less chance of being immediately destroyed by a single missile hit. Distortion numbers are also changing. Coolers will not be affected by distortion to avoid deadlocking. Power plants will not scale down with their power output Power plants will not scale down their power output with increased distortion damage, but instead binarily shut off once distortion damage is too high. Power plants will then take 5 minutes to recover while powered down. While powered down weapons will not receive any more distortion damages. Does anybody know if... I'm assuming the EMP does not apply distortion damage, so this probably doesn't apply to EMPs. 5 minutes. So... it seems like... I'm guessing this is kind of like the distortion equivalent of soft death. They're basically saying if you were to shoot someone with distortions, as much as you shot them with ballistics to blow them up, instead of blowing them up with distortions, you'll hit that same point, but you'll just disable them. In which case, the ship will be able to be boarded just like it would in soft death. But this could, yeah, I wonder, it's an interesting change. Seems like you have to defend borders for 5 minutes before you can jump away. Power plants will take 5 minutes to recover, while powered down items will not receive any more distortion damage. So that means you can't use your turrets, can't defend from outside the ship. Doors will be unlocked. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. I guaranteed they're gonna tune that time of 5 minutes. I mean, it probably won't be 5 minutes. It'll probably be more determinant on what your components are, but it'll be interesting to see if this gets people to choose distortion more. Do you believe we will log in on the same server now when logging out in the ship bed? If so, what about server limit? I think they've spoken on that. Does anybody know about that? I think they spoke on bed logging recently. I don't know if I don't think it'll bring you into the same server though. That's dumb. The way it worked before was great. More than you shoot, more the EMP signature goes down, which means power is going down as you shoot. If you stop shooting, power starts to get up. That does sound more systemic. There's a lot of ways to abuse either way. Well, at least there's there are obvious ways to abuse either way. I don't actually know how distortions were working before though, so I don't know if this is an improvement or not, but it's going to be interesting to see the kind of what the combat people have to say about this when it starts happening. Doors shouldn't unlock. Cutting attachment on multi-tool should be needed. Technically, you are cutting the power off, so powered doors should stop working. I'm sure, you know, that's where we're headed. Well, at least right now, I guess, for soft death and this stuff, they're just doing this kind of halfway implementations. Distortion disables the ship without damaging it. Once bounty hunting is in the game and people actually have to get other people alive, this is going to get way more interesting. You have to consider the time it will take a ship to come to a stop when that 5-minute power down hits. That's kind of is a funny sentence, right? Because it shouldn't come to a stop. Vibing with the backtracks? Glad you like them. Stream beats. Harris Heller. Okay, the last part of the balance changes was that they are not final tuning values for distortion. Consider them temporary measure until we approach related gameplay topics like slowing ships down. Okay. There's that we just mentioned that. And so here's an interesting comment from Yogi. He was talking a little bit in the thread, but this was the really interesting thing that he said about all of these changes. Ballistics haven't actually changed. Only the shields have changed, and in general, ballistic shield penetration is something we wanted forever, and it will happen eventually anyways. This is probably to do with physical armor. We're basically testing out if the change itself is valid without having the physical armor system. Yeah, there it is. So far it looks okay, but the important bits come when the wider public plays, so we have reliable gameplay feedback and stats. If it is not working at all, it is easy enough to roll back. It's really just 5 numbers that are changing. So this isn't a programming challenge that they're overcoming here. This is a philosophical kind of change. Not to make it sound more serious than it is, but this is more a change because they're preparing to change the way the game works rather than unlocking some new tech like maybe Gen 12 or the cargo refactor. Which is interesting because they haven't talked about armor at all. And like, I wonder if this is a change they want to make because the armor system is nearby, or if they're just bored and they just want to see us play differently. Hey nerds, Half-Life, how you doing? It's interesting how simple of a change to shields it is. It is. I never really think of them as being just 5 numbers of changing. I wonder how much of an exaggeration that is. They want people to actually use ballistics, balancing it to get people to change their gameplay a little bit. Hey, it's Astropub. I don't know if there was anything else. Let's go back to the dev tracker real quick. See if they were commenting on this anymore. Don't know about there. Asking about camera controls, working on weapon diversification. Updated aiming and gunnery system will come with new UI. Ooh, we love some new UI. But that is still in the works and we're not ready to show it yet. Is that for 3.8? That must be for a later patch. Dang it. Now I can't see what he was replying to. Oh, forums, why do you do this to me? No. Yeah, it's gone. Oh well. Anyways, that was a patch watch, just talking about some key binding changes and a couple of balance pass things. It's the shield stuff's interesting. That's not something I expected right now. Oh, thanks for the posture check. This chair's terrible. It is actually a terrible chair. It's got me like leaning back when I'm just trying to sit straight up. All right. Next little bit of piece of news that we're going to go over today. The roadmap roundup, my friends. Always a good time, a roadmap roundup, especially when nothing is getting removed. So is Pyro not coming out next year? Montreal team said they would focus on Stanton next year. I actually still haven't checked to listen to that Star Citizen live to see what they said, but from what I've heard, they basically were saying that they're working on locations for next year for Pyro. But I don't think in any way they were talking about the system not coming out that year. There are a lot of different things that Pyro needs outside of the Sandbox team that are more important for the system to come in. If the Sandbox team isn't ready for Pyro to come in next year, I don't think they would delay Pyro because of that. If, AI wasn't ready, or reputation, or Planet Tech, or server meshing itself wasn't ready, then yeah, I think they would definitely not do Pyro, but I don't think that the Sandbox team is kind of going to hold them back. Get that Herman Miller. My friend, I can't even afford a normal gaming chair. Get a Herman Miller. Bless your soul. I hope. Someday. Which ships not currently in the game shops do you think will show up in the shops in 3.18? I hope the Hull A and the Scorpius and the Mule, but I don't know. I don't know what they expect. Hey, General Kotex. Upgraded to a cutter. Very nice. They said Pyro is not ready to start putting content in the planets, but if they create the assets for outposts, they can put them there faster when the tech is ready. That also just sounds wrong. We've been watching them they talked about. Hold on. That sounds very off. Star Citizen monthly report from some month. Gosh, what would that have been? July? Maybe August? Let's try August 2022. I swear they were talking about putting locations onto Pyro. I don't know what they would have said though. Outposts, maybe? Elsewhere they began, blah, blah, blah. White box work continued on upcoming space. No. Landing zone team. Progress on Pyro Ruin Station. No. Okay, not this one. Let's try July. I'm not crazy. I know I'm not crazy. I'm so crazy. July 2022. But you're all crazy with me, right? I mean, we're all here. There's no getting away from it. Locations. You're like, nah, Space Tomato. You're the one on camera. You're the one obsessing over all this. Sand caves, blah blah blah. Locations. Nope, that's a nope. Let's try September. This is how I find things for videos. You use a $150 office chair, works fine. Yeah, I just need to get a better chair than this. The problem is this computer is my play computer, so I sit here for work for 8 to 10 hours a day, and then I also, if I'm doing gaming stuff, then it's another 3 to 4 hours, so I need a much better chair than this. Even the chair over in Turkey is a little bit rough. Remember them talking about wrecked ships? I could have sworn they were talking about outposts. They said something we're placing locations across the Pyro planets and moons or something like that. But maybe I am crazy. I'm not gonna find the month, I don't think. It definitely wasn't this recent. Was it this recent? Was it October? No, October would have been the last one I did. Definitely wasn't then. Wasn't September. Wasn't August. Wasn't July. Could it have possibly been June? I think that's too early. If it's not June, then I give up. Who's crazier, the crazy one or the massive group that follows the crazy one? Hey, crazy people can always make their stuff sound not crazy. There have been some pretty wild fandoms that form around people who just don't... Not the best at branding, we'll say. That's how we'll put it. Let's see. Continued to light the new derelict outposts and ship locations. Blah, blah, blah. This is not it. Come on, I know it's here somewhere. Used to create outposts and stations. Several derelict reclaimer. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Okay. I'm guessing I just made it up in my head. I was just being hopeful. Because I could have sworn that they had stuff that they were putting down in Pyro already. It's kind of crazy to me to think that the Sandbox team wasn't already placing outposts in Pyro. We have footage of so many outposts in Pyro. But maybe they're going back to touch it all up. I don't know. Weird take. Yeah, they definitely showed them in ISC. What is the name of your org? I tried to search Garden or Space Tomato on RSI site and could not find you. I want it, please. Let me give you a little look. All you have to do is type in gii.app. Super proud of that URL. It's not the only one. SpaceTomatoGaming.com, gii. And then that is how it goes. But here is our org webpage, front page. You can come in here. You can see our fleet, what kind of ships we have. When it comes to missions, running missions, gearing up with other players, figuring out who you want to go out with, you can always click into the ships and see who actually has that ship if you want to team up with them. We've got little profiles that you can have for yourself. Oops, wrong one. Little profiles that you can have for yourself. You can pick to be a new player guide. That'll automatically give you a Discord role that'll let you get pinged whenever somebody's looking for help, looking for group play, or you can say you are yourself are a new player. You can also come in here, see all the ranks and stuff. You can sign up for certain roles in the org, at least in the future. We don't quite have that working. And of course, you can tell everybody what kind of stuff you're interested in the game. Hand mining, asteroid mining, small time playing, large playing, all that stuff. We're building it so that you can have like a profile in the org, and as the game continues on, it'll be a lot easier to use that profile to link up with other people and join them in the verse. What Mike said at some point lately, if Pyro is 80% done and can still have new rivers and maybe scaling and height map changes, there's no point of actually putting them in final locations. That's what they used to tell us about when they were working on Stanton. So, you know, that might be right. The reason that we didn't get a lot of location stuff in Stanton up until like 2020 was because they were building the planet tech, and every update it would get a new kind of stuff would happen. So mountains would change, valleys would change, outposts in general would be screwed. And I figured once they got that first version done, that would be it. But maybe every time they make a new star system, they're going to go through that phase where they're going to keep messing with things until it's set in stone, and then they start placing locations. In that case, it makes sense that we would have seen locations in Pyro before that they were maybe using to get an idea previs of and understand how it's all going to look. But then eventually, you know, at the end of the development cycle, then they're like, okay, we're finally putting the locations down for final, which is cool. I like the idea of a final setup for a system and knowing when that's done. If Pyro comes in first place to check out is Delamar, I wonder if they laid back controller guy will be back. You mean Nyx, I think. Delamar is in the Nyx system. May I ask, because some are paranoid, but why do you keep track of members' fleets? We don't keep track of them. It's not a requirement. It's just if people want to put them in there, they can. Mainly for them to be able to show off the ships they have if they want. And also because once we do have large missions and those missions require ships, we want people who have those ships to only be the ones who can sign up for those specific positions. So if we are doing a mining adventure and we want to make sure to get people who have prospectors out there, we can limit the sign up for the event to only people who have prospectors. Again, their choice. It's not something that we require. Just sent an app. Follow up on Discord. Good to see you, Ken. Glad to have you with us. You stepped away from SC earlier in the year. Have they released Pyro yet? Oh, Toxnick. Oh, my friend. You might want to step away again. This is going to be a while. They are currently working very hard on persistent entity streaming, which is a pretty big precursor to Pyro and server meshing. That's kind of the current struggle. I would say Pyro is still a year away. At the least. God, I hope it's not. But at the least, that's probably where you want to set expectations right now. Hey, people love talking about their ships. Looking forward to 318. What will your starting location be and why? Microtech. Always Microtech. It's just a really good balance. John, you're going to be at R Corp? Ah, good old miner. Look at Rorviticus chat. This is from the top of August monthly report. Welcome to August PU. From ladder updates to all new outposts for Pyro. A huge amount of work was completed this month for the next few patch releases. Yeah, that's probably just like the regular. Oh, it's already there. Like, oh yeah, we've got, you know, we did some lighting work on this or whatever. Let's see what they say about Pyro. Pyro's Ruin Station. Consumables and Pyro. Yeah, they don't even talk about. I don't think they talked about the outposts. There we go. Colonial outposts. Yeah, see, it's just a small little thing. This is a cool point, though. A solution was also found for smaller items that connect to ship's power, like coffee machines and small lamps. This will also be utilized in the upcoming colonial outposts, so like little household appliances will actually work on the power system. That's cool. But yeah, this was the thing that we already read about the outposts. Whatever, I give up on that. Let's look at the roadmap roundup for November. So the following cards have been added to the release view. The Drake Cutter, which we all saw release. It's a new ship in game, and the Anvil C8R Pisces, which is the new ambulance in game, also was released. Both of these straight into the game, no concept sales. The following cards have passed their final review and will be in 318 for sure. Salvage, hull stripping, folks, it's here. Let's honorary mention of the Star Citizen salvage delayed feature. We always need to pull it up just to throw the necessary emphasis on how big a deal they're finally getting any form of salvage into the game. Here it is. Go 3.2, 3.3, 3.5, 3.8, 4.0, 3.15, 3.16, and finally 3.18. We got it. It's actually kind of funny because it's basically, where is it? No, it's not even on here. It's kind of like repair gameplay, to be quite honest. But it is a form of salvage. It's happening. Things have happened finally, and the most basic form of a gameplay that we have been waiting for literally 6 years isn't. I think this is the most delayed feature in the game, at least the most delayed subject of features, and it's nice to see some work finally on it. And it's not a one-off. I think it's the sign of a trend in them being able to work on things that matter a little bit more to us. Salvage moves to the right on roadmaps. It's a constant. Don't break my universal laws. It moves to the right and continues on and on. Don't even get me started on the progress tracker. After watching you announce so many times that salvage has been delayed, I'm proud to be part of the stream where you get to shout to the world that it has finally been confirmed. Yes! Yeah, I'm excited for it. 318, I think, is the patch where I'm gonna start to actually play this game. Apologies to all of you who prefer to watch watch these kinds of streams. I'm going to start playing the game a bit more. Mondays will always be streams where we just talk about the news, talk about updates and features and stuff like that. But on like Fridays and Saturdays and Wednesdays even, I'm going to start to play the game more. Shame, I know. The claw. Yeah, well, next comes ship munching. Where is that? Ship munching. I think that's what they call it. Yeah, vehicle munching. So they started working on that. Looks like as they were finishing up the hull stripping. But they've got plenty of work left to do on it until Q2 of 2023. You know, maybe we'll see it in 4.0. How crazy would that be if we got vehicle munching in 4.0? I mean, like, think about the significance of that. That would honestly, in my opinion, that would put salvage ahead of mining in terms of the interest level you can get from it. Because like mining, you're going out and you're finding rocks. Every one of these rocks looks different, or looks the same. They're all in different places. That's pretty cool. But they all look mostly the same. And you're mainly looking for the same rock every time, Quantanium. But when salvage comes in, you can hull strip any ship in the game. The most interesting and detailed object in the game. All of them are different. All of them provide you different amounts. And you can find them in different places, sometimes even with a story attached to them. If you can also do vehicle munching on top of that, that'd be crazy. But, you know, there's no knowing if that'll happen. Work is scheduled until Q2 of 2023, but we don't know what happens after that. We don't even know when 4.0 might arrive. So don't necessarily get your expectations up for that. But there is a possibility we see this end of next year. Who knows? So Mondays talk, Friday, Saturday streams for death count incrementing. Got it. Yup. Pumping up them numbers, you know. Got to get them up there on Fridays and Saturdays. I'm sorry that I might not be up to date. No problem, Striker. That's why we're here, right? What did they announce? Did they announce a precise launch date for 3.18? They did not. No. It's getting close. We're going to look at the Evocati patch notes here shortly. So we'll talk a little bit about how far away that might be. Salvage and repair are the jobs you want to get into. Where's my water bottle? I'm trying to find it without looking. There it is. Can't wait for the mechanics to be added. Salvage is a big deal profession in the game. Salvage is like... It's one of those central professions I think people consider when they're thinking about a space game, a space sim. Oh yeah, Mrs. Tomato. I started that Aurora right before the stream. Just so that we had something going. Mrs. Tomato in the chat. Can we get 07s and fish in the chat for Mrs. Tomato? For no other reason than because she absolutely loves that emote. Where's that fish emote? The one with the weird face. Do it. Fish in the chat. Orgs with thousands of ships can munch and scrape their own ships and live as kings. Yes! Sacrifice the ships. 07s for Mrs. Tomato. There it is. That's the one. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Fish looks ridiculous. Ridicafish. I shouldn't say that. Sorry, just censored that out of your memory. I didn't actually say that word. All right. So after salvage hull stripping, also obviously the multi-tool salvage attachment was added. Designing and creating the multi-tool salvage attachment includes asset creation, animation, and balancing. Dope. Of course, with salvage comes the salvage tool. All right, next on from that was a new ship getting announced. This was a concept sale, so not quite like the Cutter or the C8R Pisces. This is literally a picture. And in fact, there are other pictures that come with it. We're not going to spend too much time on this. As you all know, I don't really follow ships that much, especially when they're not actually existent in the game. This one is touting the ability to do modularity. which obviously rubs people the wrong way because we've already got ships that need to get modularity, but it is another option with modularity, and one that undoubtedly will end up in the game. So if you're super into that, this could be nice. It's got a medical segment. It's got a refinery segment and a cargo segment. The refinery segment's interesting because we don't know what refinery looks like. So I wonder what the idea is there. I'm also wondering when we're going to get refining gameplay actually in the game. If they're going to wait for the expanse or if they're going to let us do it on stations first. Because they need to flesh that out. As you can see, it's a fairly large ship. It's got enough space for a Pisces in its hangar. It's got a rear-facing hangar, which is pretty cool. Cool tubes and stuff. You guys have all seen this already. I'm pretty late to this one. There's their refinery module it's using. So this is generally a multi-purpose ship that's kind of its own standalone mini base, I would say, for like 4 to 6 players. People who can go out as a group and work a job around a system. I think it's best for people who are kind of working for hire, not necessarily working in a fleet. And it'll be really useful for things like that, for your average size friend group. And I think they're starting to really dial in ships for those specific sizes that people seem to play with. 2 to 3 people, 4 to 6 people, single people. We saw a ship release for each of those groups during IAE with the Cutter, the Corsair, and this ship. And it seems like they are aiming for ship categories. They also have been talking about it when they come to ship flight changes, speed changes. They're talking about setting ships into their roles, whether they're fighters or heavy fighters or interceptors and stuff like that. So overall, it seems like they're doing that in big ways across the game. We see it with locations as well, with outposts, landing zones, and now the underground bunkers. They all feel like they're carrying different reasons for existing. And this seems no different to me. So the Galaxy seems like it's going to be a great ship for several friends, whether you're exploring, doing a little industrial work, just trying to make some money in a safe system, and that kind of stuff. And that is that. Now, let's talk about Gen 12. Optimizations. What's coming to the game to improve your frame rates? That's always just so exciting. Ace Hambone, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. Appreciate the support. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Mr. Trash Talk, what's new? It depends on when the last time you were paying attention was. Anthropophagic, thank you for the resub up 5 months on. Tomatoes, my friend. Thanks for getting that raffle started too. Everybody in Twitch, !join will get you some extra points to our ongoing giveaway for the Aurora. Hey, gifted out a community sub as well. Can't get 2 raffles started, but double the thanks. Hello, Mr. Tomato, says JR. This may be off topic, but do you know much on power heat management on ships? My ship keeps overheating and shutting down. In the current game, it's a little weird. I would turn off your weapons if you're having trouble with power. What ship are you flying? It's giving you those problems. With ships that are projected to have modularity, do you have any guesses what this would come with if it's flyable before modularity? Probably just like a block out of that part of the ship. You can't enter that area. We only need a Rave module. To be brutally honest, I was stoked to do cargo with the Galaxy, but you can get the Caterpillar with more SU space for a ton less. I will, however, absolutely rock it as a medical ship. Those kinds of balancing situations are going to come up a lot, I think. Especially as we start to consider in-game value rather than dollar value of the ships. You might look at like a Gatak Rylan and be like, hey, this thing carries a ton. An absolute ton of cargo. Huge buy for a cargo hauler. But then it might be the case that you are a cargo hauler who also likes to haul vehicles on weekends. And suddenly the Gatak is a terrible choice. And instead you'd rather go with a C2 because that allows you to do both. But the C2 is a much less valuable ship. At least, I mean, I don't know if it actually is or not. But like, everybody's going to have a slightly different scenario that might mean you don't need the actual ship that on paper looks like it would be the best for you. I love that about this game. Check for broken components on Power MFD. Yeah, could have something broken. You like to haul bombs with your cargo. A man of danger, I see. The C2 does lose cargo space when you put a vehicle in it. That would be why you do one cargo ship trip and one vehicle transport trip. Or two, if you want to do two. All right, Gen 12 update. So somebody asked on Spectrum, they said earlier in the year we were told Gen 12 was split across 3 to 4 patches, with the final iteration of it carrying the largest performance boost because it allows the developers to completely turn off the legacy renderer. That was before 3.18 was delayed by 4 months, granting the extra development time. Can Sylvan comment on whether or not there's any more steps to complete? Just straight up pinging developers in their post. God. So Sylvan's an awesome person, super kind, always willing to talk about the work that he does, and also one of the biggest proponents of virtual reality at Cloud Imperium. And since virtual reality and Star Citizen would be one of the best things to happen to humanity, we have to cherish and protect that man and make sure he has the chance to make that happen. But Sylvan said that is correct. Gen 12 is split across many patches. The first Gen 12 code was in 3.14, which was just post-processing effects. 3.17 had all static geometry rendered with Gen 12, but transparent objects and other stuff was still on Legacy. Y'all remember that, right? Some people got like ridiculously better frame rates with the 3.17 stuff. Good times. I was not one of those people, by the way. 3.18 will have all scene geometry and many more passes rendered in Gen 12. On top of that, we managed to get the pipeline-centric rendering workings as well, which is a very specialized code path to render one single view. Both of these combined and no longer having to render Legacy plus Gen 12 at the same time will improve render thread performance massively. How much this will have an effect on your overall frame rate, we still don't know. We've never tested it in a full release environment, but I'm eager to see some analysis from you once it's in your hands. There are still a few more passes to port. GPU skinning, lens flares, damage map rendering. Expect to see that in our monthly reports in the coming months. But 3.18 is the biggest milestone for Gen 12. This marks the point where we can finally get rid of all the legacy rendering code, and that is a lot. People talk a lot about how this game needs to bug fix and get optimized. You guys see it all the time, I'm sure. Comments on videos, stop making ships, stop expanding the game, work on what's there now, make it run better, make it faster, all this stuff. We see it all the time. I really do hope that when this does happen, if it does lead to significant improvements in the game, I hope that we do at least see people acknowledging that, because this has been like a 2 to 3 year endeavor. They've been working on this. They've been putting so much time and effort into it, and they've actually been keeping us relatively up to date on how it's going. Like, the Gen 12 update feels like one of the most untarnished development sprints of this game. Like Pyro, everybody's got something to say about Pyro, right? Cargo refactor, disappointing to some people, others not. Salvage, oh, it's just repair. It's coming in super late. It was always delayed. All these big things are coming into the game, and they've all got some baggage. But the Gen 12 update feels like just a clean addition to the game that we've all been waiting for. And I do hope that like these optimizations make a difference to people who have been wanting them, who have been hoping for them, because they could be really important. They could really help the game. More things also. Speaking of the Endeavor, remember back in 2014 when they started working on modular tech? Remember back in 2014 when the game was supposed to come out? Hold on, I can keep going. Remember back in 2016 we were supposed to get 4.0 a year later? Wait, there's more. Remember back in 2017 when we got base building introduced to us? Ooh, there's another one. Remember back in 2018? Was that 2019 when we heard about Theaters of War? We could do this for the whole day. Remember when CIG said a lot of really dumb stuff, and they've been wrong about a lot, guys. Just I get reminded about it so often. But yeah, they dropped the ball on modularity as well. All right, he finishes off this message by saying, porting everything to Gen 12 is mandatory to get Vulkan fully up and running. Also, let me emphasize again that the current Gen 12 renderer hasn't been optimized at all. Just talking about optimization. Expect to see some big performance improvements to our rendering in the upcoming patches after 3.18. Again, how much this affects your FPS, I do not know. It's a very complicated topic. Do you guys want to see the video of these Gen 12 thingies? Let's see. Does it even pop up on here? Inside Star Citizen. Hey, Squadron 420. Good to see you again. I will always remember your name, by the way. It's a solid name. Where the heck is this episode? Remember when the game in 2014 looked meh and ran worse? Yo, the game looks so much better than it did back then. Which is kind of like, when you realize that, you wonder why people are so worried about this game having bad graphics. Like, they can improve. Where was it? Was this in the cargo show? No. What episode was it in? The Further Underground one? You are right. Cool. Pray for Wave 1 PTU. Hopefully. Still wonder what happened to Theaters of War. It just can't run. They couldn't get it running well enough with the current tech. Everin, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. You remember when Chris wouldn't shut up about take my money for wouldn't shut up and take your money for 2 hours and 15 minutes? Is that the CitizenCon thing? You opted into SC in February of 2014. You were led to believe that it would be a couple of years until it was in beta. Yeah. Yeah, that was around when I was too. I would think I was like August of 2014. To be honest, I don't know what I expected at the time. When I jumped into this game, honestly, I don't know. I don't think I was serious enough to care when it was coming out. I just saw that there was something being worked on, and I was like, oh, okay. I'll sign up for that whenever it's ready. I surely didn't think it would take as long as it did. I probably was thinking like 2 or 3 years, 4 years from when I started. I think like realistically in my head, I was thinking like 2017 or 2018. Ironically enough, I didn't care about the game until 2017 or 18, so that would have worked out perfectly. I think most people don't have much to say about Gen 12 because most people don't understand it. Gen 12 is going to be a lot bigger for the overall advancement for SC. Could be that. It could be. But it's also just not controversial, which is nice. Yo, Hawks Gaming. Like the Hawks Gaming? My friend. I reached out to you. I really want to have a podcast episode with you. Thanks for dropping by. Any guesses when the new patch goes live? I have none. December 18th? Write it down. If I'm right, go me. If I'm wrong, it's your fault. And then the Planet Tech happened and everything got moved. Yeah, Planet Tech was crazy. Vulkan repair tech is drone based, akin to the repair drones we used to have in the PU. Right. You think you bought in 2015, you've heard it's only 2 years away every year at this point. I just keep... I would say the first time I realized it wasn't just 2 years away was probably like 2018, 2019. I definitely subscribed to that idea. All through the years, I was like, oh yeah, they've only got a couple more years. They've only got a few years. They'll launch with like a couple systems and we'll go from there. Took me a little while. Ooh. Vessel Monster. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Hey, I can't do shoutouts in YouTube, but you guys see Hawks Gaming in the chat? Check out their YouTube channel. They have the absolute best guides on YouTube for making money and like getting started in patches and Star Citizen. If you're a newcomer or if you want to get into the game and like you don't know how to get started, just tons and tons of really good nuclear content there. Yeah, late December for sure. I think they've launched on like between December 18th and 21st a couple of times over the last few years, so I just assume that. Just gotta say you are the man for Star Citizen content. Appreciate all your work. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate you watching the work. It's a lot of fun to make. You the man. And I don't say that lightly. You'll take the under on December 30th for 318. What's the under over on that? Hey, Trey. Have I seen Grumpy's latest video about Pyro? I have not. I think I saw the thumbnail. Something about it might not come next year. I'm guessing that is about Star Citizen Live, which I have not watched yet. Tusk Tooth, you heading out? Your 1-year-old just laid a Drake Herald in her diaper. Ah, the old stinky Drake. All right, let's check out what he has to say about Gen 12. I'm sorry, I brought up this update and then I didn't let you. You know how it is with me. Just I'll be like, okay, let's read this passage, and we won't be reading it until 20 minutes later. Here's some information on Gen 12. I'm actually gonna run this at 1.25 speed. We're jumping straight into the middle of this, so sorry if you're missing some context.
Well known to be one of the most expensive cities in game right now. Before we start, please do me one favor and don't look at the FPS, because this is a highly unoptimized build with highly unoptimized code and very expensive debug tracking. So any discussion about FPS here is completely meaningless. Alright, so on the right side, we have this D30 API call info window, which tells us precisely how many draw calls and how many API calls we do every frame. This is the work the engine has to do to send commands to the graphics driver, which determines how fast the CPU can feed the GPU with commands to render our frame. This is pure legacy mode. We have 47,000 API calls, and let's switch it to Gen 12. So this is Gen 12 mode. The API calls drop to about 33,000, which is quite significant.
It's 14,000 less. That's a pretty big jump. That's let's see, 44,000 to 33,000 is 17,000. Wait, 17? How much did it drop? Gosh, I'm dumb.
7,000 API calls.
47 to 33.
And let's switch it to Gen 12.
14,000.
So this is Gen 12 mode. The API calls drop
What is
to
that, like
about
12%?
33,000, which is quite significant for literally rendering the same scene. Okay, let's take a closer look behind the scenes. Well, let's take a look at this optic capture from that scene on Orson. Optic is a very helpful tool for us developers to get a very detailed understanding of what's going on.
No, that's like
our
a
engine.
30%. Jeez, that was way off. That's a 30% change. Holy crap. 25%. That's huge. That's a huge change. Talk about optimizations. God dang it. Optimizing the absolute out of it. 25% is pretty good.
This includes what every thread is doing and when it is doing it. So let's take a look at the main and render thread, which are relevant for us in this context. Let's zoom in. And let's take a look at one of those frames here.
Crater, it was that
So
much.
at the top, we've got the main thread.
Sub to Hawks Gaming,
The main
nice.
thread is what you could say the heart of the whole engine. It pretty much orchestrates everything, like when entities get updated, when physics get calculated, when do we render, and so forth. One of the main tasks is to figure out which objects are in our view system and which objects we want to render. This is what the main thread does on top of here. Once we figure that out, all that work is pushed into a queue to be processed by the render thread. At the bottom, we've got the render thread. And this is a very CPU intensive task, which is why it is leveraged by a completely dedicated thread. So what we can see here is that the render thread takes an immense amount of time to process one frame. In fact, it's...
So the API calls that we saw earlier aren't like actual physical changes in the game. We don't look at that and say 25% less API calls means the game runs 25% better. But the things that it can lead to are what he's talking about now. And so the important part here would be the milliseconds that we're seeing, which are 53 right there for the render thread currently.
So long that it even surpasses the work the main thread has to do. In this context, it means we are render thread bound, which means if we optimize the render, if we get it to run faster,
hey,
we will...
Hawks, what would be the best way to get in contact with you? Should I just message you on Discord or something? Just jump into your Discord server and start screaming until a mod mutes me.
See more FPS on the screen, as long as we're not GPU bound. So let's take a look at a Gen 12 frame. So here we've got the Gen 12 frame. Now the opposite is the case.
Okay, so now it's... Wait. Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing before. That's the CD3D9 render thread, 53 seconds. And that's the CD3D9 render thread, 32. So 50 to 32 milliseconds of time in a frame of rendering. He'll explain it all here, but that's the number to pay attention to.
The render thread runs faster than the main thread, which is indicated by this red bar here at the end. This means the render thread has to wait for the main thread to finish. And hence, in render thread bound scenarios, as long as we're not bound by the GPU, we will see an FPS increase. And if we zoom out here, we can see that every frame, the render thread is quite faster than the main thread. And yeah, waits up to 20 milliseconds on some frames. Whereas in Legacy,
sorry.
Yeah, the opposite is the case, and the main thread has to wait. To summarize, with the current Gen 12 renderer, we saw a tremendous amount of API call reduction than before, and depending on the seed, 50 to 100% faster render thread performance. Let me emphasize again that all these numbers are not final, and we haven't been optimizing Gen 12 at all yet, and you can expect more improvements in the future. It also depends highly on the hardware you're running at, so once it hits live and you're using it, let me know how it's working for you. So
that is some of the Gen 12 stuff that's been going down, and it's exciting. It's very, very exciting to say the least. Let's see. Alpaca looking for a ship. What are you looking for? Avenger Titan? Unfortunately, I want to join the game, but for that price, I could skip. The Avenger Titan? 60 bucks? Yeah, I would just get that in game. Pick something up like a Pisces. Aren't there currently sales going on? Pretty sure there are some good starter package sales going. Or did they end with IAE? Is that the deal? No, they are still here. I would pick up one of these. I would pick this one up. Because this is a $60 value. Your ship's going to be higher valued. And you can upgrade it whenever you want. Pisces is good too, though. The Pisces, this is, I mean, I don't know. I would take the Cutter for 45 over the Pisces for 54. But this is also a really good deal. The Pisces is a great ship. Either one of these is going to be a better value than the Avenger Titan at full price. So I'd pick one of those up. Cutter package is awesome. Yeah, this was a great add to the game. I think they could do with probably one or two more of these. Maybe not as good as the Cutter, something between the Cutter and the Aurora, something for like 50 bucks maybe, 45. Do that and then upgrade the Mustang and the Aurora to make sure that they're up to date and like figure out the FPS scanning and the interaction system, and the new player experience would go from like 20 to 70%. It would be such a crazy improvement to have reliable selection of ships that work, reliable selection of first upgrade ships from those that work, and then a reliable system to hold your hand while you're starting. hugely improve the experience of this game. I hope that's what they're headed for. You bought the Misk Freelancer Max because of the commercial. I remember that. What was the one of the lines that they said? Something just like with such reliable components, you know those pirates can't take you out of the sky. And then little banjo stuff, like the ultimate truck. It was seriously just like a Ford commercial or something. That was good fun. I liked that commercial. More of that. What's the difference between the $5 and $15 memberships? Thank you so much for the super chat, Walker Bait. Appreciate you. Thanks for the support. Somebody else could probably tell you that. I actually don't know. I'm not a subscriber. I think with the $15, you maybe get like bigger discounts or something like that throughout the year. Can anybody in chat answer that? Answer $10. Scott, as always, on the money. You knew excited to see a new player Flux with 4.0. I hope they get 4.1 out pretty soon after to stabilize the patch, because we're going to get a lot of new people with 4.0. I wonder if they'll actually spend money on a marketing push then. So if you buy the cutter and upgrade it to the Titan, you will lose the cutter but still be left with the LTI on the Titan. That's correct. Yeah. That's a little trick they've built into buying stuff. Don't go crazy with it unless you want to. I would say do it once, get that Titan that you want, and then use that going forward. Talking about, my memberships. On YouTube, I don't believe there is any major difference other than just if you wanted to choose to support with 15. But on Patreon, you get a couple extra perks. So there's the options if you want to support on YouTube or Patreon, depending on what you want to do. YouTube, it's kind of there because I had Patreon and I wanted to make it easy for people to sign up for those exclusive videos if they didn't want to go through a separate website from YouTube. Okay, next thing that we were going to look at here, and this is not as new news. A lot of you probably already know about this, but just some cargo refactor information from the beginning of last month. I'm sure we're going to hear more about this at the monthly report this week. So make sure to come to next Monday's stream because we'll be going over the monthly report for November. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of good stuff there besides every team preparing for IAE. Anyways, this was for a cargo refactor AMA. And they basically said everybody can ask questions. We'll answer what we have to say about this stuff. And they'll exchange some information about how the cargo refactor is going to work. They answered most of these questions fairly well. They definitely shed more light on the feature than they did during ISC, but even some of the stuff they say here gets updated in the future. So this next tab, we'll look at one of those updates. But one of the things that Gozer here says is introducing this idea of soft death. They did a write-up of all the questions and answers on the comm link. Okay, let's check that out if we want to go deeper into this. But this was probably the most important thing I think that came out of this. And he says, so we hinted about this in the ISC, and it wasn't very clear. With 3.18, we're introducing the concept of soft death. There's a 70% chance a vehicle will die with its interior and cargo intact from combat deaths. Explosive deaths, or deaths by game rules, such as being near a barrier or touching water, won't trigger soft death. It's gonna knock you out, kill you. What this means is that 70% of the time, you and your crew are still alive, and the cargo is still attached to the ship when a combat death occurs, which is when the ship health reaches 0. The 30% of the time that this doesn't happen, your ship explodes and cargo is pushed out, and then 0 to 90% of that cargo remains, with the average of that being 45% of cargo surviving. It's a lot of percentages. The most important one, though, is that sometimes your ship will die, but it won't actually die. This is like a halfway step to the physicalized damage to ships getting disabled and left floating around in space to be rescued, to be salvaged, to be boarded, all that stuff. Now, the update that they've given is here, which was about 9 days later. Let's listen to what they had to say. So, in 3.18 Evocati, soft death is no longer percent-based in the sense of a 70% chance of occurring. It is now directly tied to the health of a critical part reaching 0 health. There is an additional health phase thereafter, which, once hit, will advance the soft death to a regular death. The buffer tends to be higher in larger ships to favor them reaching soft death more frequently than smaller ships, so you'll want to be careful with your shots if you want to facilitate soft death over regular death. The buffer size and mechanism will be tweaked based on feedback and analytics, so yes, you can now, quote, finish off a vehicle. So it won't be a 70% chance anymore. It is technically a 100% chance if a certain thing happens. Basically, if a certain part of your ship reaches 0 health. This is kind of weird, because there's not really that much incentive to not kill people yet, right? And this is where I think the law system is still lagging behind everything else in the game. They don't have a reason to make people really scared of killing other people or even of blowing other people's ships up. I think when the game is in a more finished state, if you're in a system like Stanton and you murder someone, your idea of gameplay should be over. You shouldn't consider that you can just murder someone and then keep going about your day. Everything should change for you. And I think they're kind of starting that with Korea and stuff. But like, murder should be really scary to do in this game. And ship destruction should also be pretty looked down upon if they want these things to actually matter. Because like, how often are you gonna, if people need to kill their bounties, they're just gonna finish off the ship after it's soft death, right? You don't think that it'll make PvPers hold back on your 100i? The 100i's segment of time between soft death and regular death is going to be like 2 seconds. You're going to be like, oh crap, I guess I'm a derelict now. Oh, I'm dead. No risk for the reward of trolling right now. There's also not really much reward for like getting a escort. So if you're cargo hauling and you don't want to be soft deathed and boarded, you have to somehow convince people to escort you without the guarantee they're going to get gameplay. So you're going to be like, hey, yeah, I'll pay you 20% of my haul. What if your haul is like 100,000? So 2 escorts both get 20%. I mean, that's kind of crazy. But you're out 40,000 UEs. Because you needed to protect yourself from a system that doesn't super incentivize people risking themselves, but very much incentivize attacking people. I don't know how this is gonna play out. It'll be interesting to watch. That guy in a 100i as a target. Avenger 1 said that. Was he looking at you when he said it, Scott? There's more value to a bounty than the bounty. Their cargo has value, but the cargo is not great to sell. There's not a great way to move cargo a lot. So yeah, it will be interesting for people, but you're not going to want to do it on your own. So you need to have a crew of people with you to get the cargo out of the ship, which means you're going to have to spread the proceeds around, which means if you're getting cargo that's not like laranite or titanium or something like that, and you can't take advantage of the commodity prices because you can't sell that cargo at a normal place. You can only sell it at the no questions asked kiosk. There's just a lot of variables that go into whether or not this is going to be worthwhile to people. And while I think a lot of people will stop to steal the cargo and do all that stuff and have a lot of fun with it, I think a pretty large percentage of people aren't going to care and are just going to blow up soft death ships. Unless you take a few buddies to man the turrets in your ship, then you won't need an escort. However, they just changed the distortion damage to the fact that if you get shot by enough distortion damage, your ship gets disabled for 5 minutes. So even if you do get shot by distortions, your turrets are going to stop working. If you have an escort, they would at least be able to still be flying around. And it's still, again, people that you would have to pay to be in those turrets. With soft death, the ship should not be able to take damage any further. It should only be able to be scrapped. I could see them being, like, wanting the ships to just be destroyed afterwards. But there's just the other systems in the game to back that up aren't really there. People aren't scared enough of killing. Ship can also be scrapped. That has value. God, I hate this song. Hope they can at least add like an ERT type PvE mission to board a hammerhead after soft death. This would be awesome if they worked this into PvE missions. I would love that. You have one issue about getting self-defense and getting charged for defending yourself. Yeah, did they ever mention anything about that? I talked about that with Agent Sleddy. If you blow someone's ship up to their soft death and then you send your friends in, they don't have a crime stat. It's like CIG doesn't think about these scenarios, or the game just isn't in a state for them to care about it at the moment. Yeah, it's kind of the latter. I think a lot of these changes are anticipating things that we don't have. Like the shield penetration thing that we're looking at with ballistics makes sense when you consider physicalized armor, but physicalized armor is not in the game. A salvager following a pirate wouldn't accrue any crime stat, should they? Wonder if when you scrap a hull, could you enter the ship through the holes? I don't remember if they're going to go through with that or not. For sure they needed up the stakes of piracy and PvP. It's necessary gameplay but needs consequences. Yeah, especially with Pyro coming up. That should be a pretty key importance for them. Gonna have a salvage ship or cargo hauler on standby for after our hits. Working together in a team is going to be a lot different after 3.18. That much is certain. Like being in an org and having some people that you don't have to be playing with them, but just knowing that they're there for backup is going to be a lot more useful now. And also, just having more friends in the game will be useful, because every friend that you have in the game is another chance that you can get back into your same server. Not to say go and spam everybody with friend requests, but you know, if you have a friend that's playing at the same time as you in the morning, and then you got to sign off for 5 hours, and 2 other people from your friend group join on them, and even though they left, you still have 3 people in that server or 2 people in that server, you can go back there after 8 hours and end up in the same server and do all the same stuff just because you had friends there. So that helps, in addition to protection and stuff. Jaybird, I'll catch you later. Good to see you, friend. What do I think consequences should be in Pyro? Because all you keep hearing is don't come to Pyro if you're not going to PvP instantly. I think that consequences in Pyro will definitely be more lax. I would highly expect that if you killed someone in Pyro, you're not going to jail. That doesn't mean you're not going to get attacked. You'll probably have to deal with the local gang, but you don't face the same consequences in Pyro. Nobody's going to arrest you in Pyro and take you all the way to Aberdeen, unless maybe it's like a bounty hunter who's like way out of their area. But things will be different in Pyro for sure. You think ship hulls should be nearly impossible to destroy? What is enough profit for a hauler and miners to to hire people? Right now, solo players make cartoon profit compared to what's coming down the line. Yeah, I don't know what would be appropriate profit, but I think right now it's definitely not high enough to convince people. That's really hard. The only experience I have with this stuff, because I'm not a PvE or a MMO player, was just like my own job in real life. And when I was working that, you know, It's a wildly different scenario. I was doing most of the work. Profit margins were like 12% on the high-end jobs, and most of that would go to the company I'm working for. Yeah, I don't even know how to judge what profit margins should be. I think that will probably happen naturally as it all fits in line and the game is actually running, but I can definitely say right now it's not enough. Can't wait for beta 3 years after Pyro. Ooh, I hope so. I don't know. I don't know about 3 years. Maybe 3. But I think it's going to be a little longer than that. Do I think the piracy patch will bring more players to SC or push more away? 3.18, you mean? I think 3.18 is going to bring in more players. As much as people are worried about piracy, I don't think it's going to be... I think it's something the community will be able to figure out for itself within a patch. I think it's going to be push the wrong people away and bring in the wrong people, which will then get bored and leave a scattered community. Yeah, it's going to be more cooperative play. I think it's going to force CIG to rethink the economy. Because if it does get to the point where there's too much piracy, it's not like the game is magically going to say no more piracy. Something else will have to give. Something will have to change. If there's too much piracy, too many players are dying, we're going to see players start to offer more escort services just out of a need for that happening. And the community has proven time and again that if CIG doesn't give us the tools to do something, we'll make them. People have created tools to build out ships, look at loadouts, compare ships, look at fleets, navigate in-game, find out where to buy things in-game, all these things that you would normally expect from the game, the community does. So if there's a lot more haulers or there's a lot less haulers because people are dying, somebody is going to go out there and start offering services, and it'll start to balance out a bit more. I don't think it'll be perfect. I think it will also light a fire under CIG, but I think some things will happen. Starting haulers make less than starting anything else and therefore cannot afford escorts. Haulers should earn enough to make it worthwhile for their escorts. So that's the difference between what I think they're setting up as hauling work and courier work. Is that like anything smaller than a haul A should probably just do courier missions so they're not risking that cargo themselves. But I agree with you too that there's not enough money in cargo hauling. That's why I think that that's something CIG might get more attention to after this. Let's see what else Mark said. So he mentioned that there is no more 70% chance and that it's just going to happen. But he followed up by saying, I'm curious to know what the community thinks of self-destruct and soft death. Right now, if you self-destruct prior to soft death, then soft death, then self-destruct will still go off, resulting in the vehicle going into regular death. So if you soft death self-destruct, then the whole vehicle dies. You lose control over the self-destruct item after soft death, so you won't be able to set it off after the vehicle is in the soft death state. So going into soft death disables the ability to scuttle the ship. But if you start the timer before your ship gets soft death, like when you know you're about to die, it can still work. On one hand, we can cancel self-destruct after soft death, thus preventing the targeted vehicle from sabotaging the attacker's spoils. But on the other hand, if you invoke it prior to soft death, you one-up the attacker, assuming they wanted you in the soft death damage state. I ponder how split people will be depending on the playstyle. It's interesting. What do you guys think of that? You think it should just slow down the self-destruct timer? Aren't we getting new delivery missions with 318? I don't recall. That will give players more UEC, which will cause more ship sales in game, which CIG won't like, so no extra money for hauling. I don't know about that. We've seen them buff payouts for missions. And like, there are ways to make good money in game. Like, they can't. Messing with one gameplay system just because of the earning potential of it doesn't make sense. Because eventually they'll run into a problem where like nobody can actually play the game. Here's a take on self-destruct. The pilot can trigger it, and it takes the system 5 minutes to accumulate enough energy to utterly destroy the ship and everything on it. Gives the pirates 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a long time. You should be able to enable self-destruct anytime. It's more fair. The attackers can blow your ship up anytime they want after soft death. Why shouldn't the pilot be able to? You think according to 69 Mega, you're gonna find a wolf during this tomato talk? What? Oh, that's... Oh, we got bots in here? I'm sorry, guys. If haulers earn too much, it screws up the game when everyone has huge AUEC accounts. Well, that's where the wipes come in. But that's also true for any other profession. They can't hold down haulers, specifically. There will be some decent trading in 318, you think? Dude, I hope. Gosh, I hope, Hawks. Trading is the backbone of the game. It's so sad that we don't see people regularly. I want to fly into a space station and see people in their cargo ships hanging out outside, leaving the station, joining the station, like anything like that. Any kind of traffic from haulers would be just great to see. Haulers bring in pirates. Pirates bring in escorts. Escorts bringing bounty hunters. Bounty hunters being there opens up, you know, new areas for pirates to flourish. It puts miners in danger. Miners have to make more money to pay more escorts. Making more money means finding better things, means paying explorers to find better, you know, deposits. Like, it all should kind of bounce off of each other. And I feel like it kind of starts with hauling. Well, it kind of starts with explorers, but we'll make haulers feel good. Let's see. I'm gonna throw on... What are we even looking at? Cargo. I'm going to throw on the segment about cargo real quick so you guys can listen in on that, on what they have to say about this stuff. How long is it? It's fairly long. In the meantime, I am going to go to the bathroom real quick. So, folks, I will see you in a cool minute, and then we will step back in here and actually we're going to look at Evocati stuff. We're going to look at what's going on with 318 testing and the new features coming in. So I will be back with you in a couple of minutes and we will continue. Oops, wrong video. For now,
from the simplest
enjoy dev news
we had before into something that's more of a real simulation.
With the new physicalized cargo, it opens doors for us to give some new gameplay. Cargo today is pretty basic. You go to a kiosk, you use an interface, you load your ship, it automatically loads. Get in that ship, you drive that ship to a port, and then you sell what you bought, but there's not a lot of interesting choices there.
With the current implementation, whenever we designed it, we did not have the tractor beams that we have now. What that meant is that you were not able to pick up and manipulate the larger 1SU boxes. At the time, all that you could do was pick up the smaller 1/8 SU boxes, but this gave us a problem for piracy and looting in general, in that the really valuable things are sold and bought in these 1SU boxes, in higher volumes, but the only thing the player can actually pick up are the smaller ones. So what we had to do is a kind of hack in the cargo system such that when a vehicle explodes, instead of generating the larger 1SU boxes on destruction, it actually generates the smaller ones in this kind of gamey, magical way, so that the player can actually go pick up some of the boxes from the destruction.
All right, let me give you an example. The C2 has 696 SCU, which equates to 5,568 1/8 SCU boxes that you have to loot. But the ship exploding should damage some of those boxes, and we want to have about 40 to 50% survive that explosion, so that's still about 2,000 1/8 SCU boxes.
But then there's server performance issues to consider. So what we've actually been doing is capping that at 10% boxes being generated. However, on top of that, it's an incredibly tedious experience, because now that's, if you were to do the math, about 400 boxes that you have to go pick up, and collecting all of those by hand without a tractor beam.
With the new system, we've gotten rid of the 1/8 SCU cargo containers. Everything is 1 SCU cargo containers. So in the case of the C2 with the 696 SCU, that would be 696 1 SCU boxes rather than 5,000 plus.
Every single one of those boxes is a real entity in the game, like any other entity in the game. It is tracked in the database as a persistent entity now that we have the new persistent entity streaming architecture. And it means that now that they're entities that are persistent, they can be interactable. So now you can do things like use the tractor beams to pull them out of the cargo hold or put them into a cargo hold. It also means that whenever we do ship destruction with the new system, we don't have to generate anything. Instead, all that we do is we take the entities that were already created and we just simply detach them from the cargo hold and let them float in space. Now, we still want to have some of that explosive destruction. So there's a certain amount of variable amount of that cargo that is destroyed on ship destruction.
Actually giving you back somewhere, it's actually 0 to 90%. But that's calculated every time your ship explodes. So what happens then is now we're actually hitting that 40 to 50% number on average.
This means that both for players that want to reclaim the cargo that they lost on ship destruction,
Sorry, I'm back.
or for pirates that want to scoop up
Oh,
their
I've had foods.
ill-gotten gains, then they'll have an easier time to get at it, and there'll be more value there when they try to do so.
We're back.
There
Okay.
is also-
Hope you enjoyed that little. It's like a commercial break. I left and we were talking about kind of like the balance of, yeah, and somebody also called out that I'm not using dark mode. I don't know why. Like I said, I restarted Windows and I haven't got everything set back up. It is terrible though. So bright. So I left and I kind of made that statement about everything bouncing off of each other. And you guys started talking about exploration a little bit. And I'm very much on board with we need to figure out, we need to get AR markers. I think it's coming with the star map rework. I do, because if you look at what they've been saying about AR markers, you know what? I don't even think I can remember which monthly reports they've talked about it on. I would think though, back earlier in the year, definitely they were talking about AR markers. Oh gosh. Nope. It's usually in the map section. For radar and maps, blah, blah, blah. Contacts to see their 3D models, visor refactor. Yeah, none of this stuff here, but AR markers would be huge. Being able to put a location down and be like, hey, I know what's here. I can give you this marker. I can give you the location of this area for however many UEC. That's exploration right there. That's it. Boom. Everything else is in place. Scanning, being able to find something. The fact that you can scan and locate cargo now means that you can find an actual valuable cargo drop in space and see what's in it. You can find mineable rocks that are valuable. You can find a place where people have their ships stored. All this kind of stuff is stuff that you can just remember for yourself. So if you can put a marker down and sell that marker, that's exploration as a profession. Like we're really close to that. And here we go. The team also worked on a new AR marker system and improved various widgets to help the UI designers work more efficiently. That's what this is. This was all the way back in April. So I think that's something they're working on with the star map. I think that's what's going to make exploration a viable profession. But I have seen people do it already, where they'll go out into a mineable area, like an asteroid belt. They'll leave a ship there next to some valuable rocks, and then they'll just go in global chat and they'll be like, hey, I'll give you an invite to my party. It will tell you exactly where you can find a bunch of Quantanium. Just give me so-and-so amount of UEs and I'll give you that invite. And that's kind of like exploration already. That's doing the job. It's just a crazy roundabout way. But I think we're not that far away when you think about the features that we need for it. Scott, you said I've been around for a long time. How big of a deal is the ship in physical cargo? Is this step in physical cargo really? This is a pretty big deal. Gosh, let me see if I can find a video for you. I think this will put into perspective. Maybe this will. I don't know. I always think things will put it into perspective, but it's probably just me in my brain thinking things are bigger deals than they are. But I want to go back to a episode of Bug Smashers where Mark Abent was working on an episode. See, they don't have the names on all of them, so I don't think I'll be able to find it. Caterpillar Doors? No. It was an episode where the player A, Last Time Lord. Thank you, by the way, for the $5 super chat. I see you. Appreciate the support, my friend. The fuel for the next jump. Can't wait until we care about the fuel we're using, you know? There was an episode that he was doing for Bug Smashers, and they were trying to literally carry a box into a freelancer. For those of you who were around for 3.0 and around that time, you know how bad this game was. I mean, we talk about how glitchy it is right now and the bugs that stick around and the problems that we have. But like back then, it was terrible. You could walk onto a ramp, a cargo ramp, and you just didn't know what was going to happen. And that's kind of still true now, actually. You can run into these problems now, but not nearly as much. And so what I'm looking for is a Bug Smashers episode where he was literally just trying to figure out a bug that wouldn't let him walk onto a freelancer and put a box down. And it was like, it's not a box in the sense that it's cargo. It's just a box, just like a physical thing. They couldn't even put it down in the ship without a big bug happening. And it's just crazy to me to think that we were at the point where this thing that was just a representative box couldn't be set down in a ship without the ship basically blowing up. And now we're talking about the idea of that ship blowing up and also giving those boxes to everyone. I think it's a really, really, really big deal. The cargo physicalization. It's not changing the game. Well, it is changing the game. It's not, if they had put all of the cargo refactor in one patch, obviously that would have been a much bigger deal. So it's nothing like that. But this is a fundamental change to the way that the game works. And kind of like when they brought in the inventory system, I think this will be a change to how people look at the game. When the inventory system came in and actually started to matter, everybody changed the way they play. Some people weren't leaving their planetary system anymore because they didn't want to deal with the respawn mechanics. Some people weren't buying items anymore because they didn't want to waste that money. Some people were only getting stuff by looting. The method of being a new player, getting into the game, and learning how to avoid losing stuff, how to loot to get new weapons, how to find valuable weapons. People started storefronts, started trading stuff. Like 3.15 was a fundamental way to the way that we played the game, understood the game. And I think that this cargo refactor and the soft death that's coming with it are gonna be another one of those. I don't think it's like as big a deal as server meshing. but it's definitely something to pay attention to. And they showed this off. They showed off that they wanted to do this a really long time ago. I think I have the video clip here. Yeah, here we are. This is 2016 when they were trying to make it so that something like this would work. And I don't know why this didn't work, but you can see how long this has been a concept, an idea of what they want to do, and how long they've been trying to get it to work in the game. Again, this is a video clip from 2016, and it looks like an advertisement for 318's Cargo Refactor. You've got the grid there that they're trying to make it so that the box snaps to the grid. You've got the boxes flying out of the spaceship after it's been destroyed. The spaceship persists in its soft death. Like, CIG takes a long time to do this stuff, but if nothing else, they are consistent in what they want to do. Last week was your first time actually playing when you were walking off your Drake's Cutter ramp. It catapulted you hundreds of meters into the air. So it does still happen. But did you die? Hey, Couch Ninja. I got Twitch. Thank you for all your videos on YouTube. No problem. I'm also streaming on YouTube. So, you know. What is a single ship gameplay loop not in that you are most wanting in game? Something that has the biggest impact? Data running. Bah. Who's got 2 thumbs and wants data running? Yeah, it's me. I got 2 thumbs. I'm so excited for data running. I want to be a data broker. My inspiration for playing this game is literally the Shadow Broker. And I love the idea of exploration and the idea of using data and information as a commodity rather than a gun or a box or a vehicle. It's really cool. And I don't know any other games really that do that. Profeta and Instigator, thank you both for the subs. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the support. Getting you too hyped. Don't sit in a room with me and talk about Star Citizen. It will, it's never ending. You've heard people doing legit arms sales to make money. Guns and ammo are popular if you sell them somewhere that doesn't have any access to them. It happens naturally. And I think that's going to happen with Soft Death. We're going to have to figure out new ways to play this game. Some people are going to have new jobs that they're working. You know? Like, it's very slow. It's in slow motion, but it's really, really cool to take a step back and see the way that the game changes year after year. There's not, I think they're still taking a little while to get to the point where every update actually makes a big difference, but 3.15 was a big one, and I think 3.18 will be as well. Physics grids wasn't solved yet. That's a good call, Ralph. I see it's so much more significant than just the first order effect. What's the first order effect? What is data running even going to look like? Explain data running. Data running is... I don't think anybody can explain it because we don't know exactly how it's going to work. I can tell you what I think it could work like. What even were we doing? Oh, we were looking at the Cargo Refactor. No, we were going to get to Evocati stuff. Okay, so we'll do this. God, is there a dark mode on here? This is miserable. We will do this in a second. Let me give you an idea of what I think could happen with data running. Where are the CIG clips? No. I'm sorry. I'm looking for CIG videos. I store all their stuff. I take it for myself. You know what? This is going to be way easier to find on YouTube. Please tell me they don't let you organize by first uploaded. YouTube, what are you doing? Why would they take that option away? How are you supposed to see the first videos they uploaded? You have to scroll all the way through? Are you kidding me? What is that madness? What are you thinking? Ah, that's really annoying. Okay. Maybe I can just find it by searching. That's really dumb. Why would they take that away? Cool. Here it is. Okay. So here is a video of Chris. Hands up, of course. Young Chris talking about his idea for the economy. And I think there's a little bit of like a little bit of a teaser for data running in here that we could use to kick off the conversation.
Star Citizen is completely dynamic. So the player's actions are going to be affecting the supply and demand and the prices. So a lot of the missions that are generated for players to take, or even AI to go and do, are created by the economy system itself. To give you an example, if you have a weapons factory sitting on a planet and it requires 3 tons of metal alloy and 1 ton of...
Real quick, Chris, just to answer your question, I do have other games I cover. So I actually just put out a video about Starfield last month, and I'm putting out another one this week. I generally stick to sci-fi games, and I'll cover the game if it's interesting me at the time. So like I've put out Halo in the past, I put out Cyberpunk 2077 videos. I'm gonna put out a lot of Starfield content probably. And if there are other sci-fi games that are catching my fancy, I'll cover those as well.
High explosive and 1 ton of electronics to create 20 missiles in a game turn. That factory will create a mission out on the mission boards, which we'll have like in a system, and that will propagate to other systems at sort of the speed of communication in the Star Citizen universe. And it will say, hey, look, I need 3 tons of steel alloy, 1 ton of high explosive, 1 ton of electronics, and who wants to take them? And so in that case, a player could look at the mission board and go, oh, look, there's a mission to take 3 tons. Okay, I'll take it, and fly in with the alloy. And if the player doesn't do it, an AI will take it and fly the stuff in. And along the way, if that player or the AI get attacked by a pirate and they don't make it through, then the goods aren't getting to the factory.
Welcome, by the way, Chris. So he said the point. I'll go back to it real quick if you missed it.
Communication in the Star Citizen, like in a system, and that will propagate to other systems at sort of the speed of communication in the Star Citizen universe. And it will say, hey, look, I need 3.
So he's basically just saying the way that the information, if there's a job board that's based on quantum, everybody knows like the quantum economy system is running the simulation in the background. So let's say it creates a factory that needs steel to make ships. For Drake Interplanetary, who's in Magnus. So the Magnus system suddenly creates 10 cargo hauling missions. And those missions would go out across the Magnus system. However, they wouldn't leave the system. So there would need to be somebody who records or picks up that data, whether they're on the ship and they do it themselves or they go to a space station. I don't know. Nobody knows. And they would need to go to another system, so navigate the jump point, get into a system, and put that data out on the market. I don't know if that will be in a different contract manager, if that will be even available to people in the Magnus system, how that will work whatsoever. But the idea just being there is a gap in communication between systems, and people would need to transport data from one system to another, just like they would transport boxes or other ships or vehicles or stuff like that. There's also the idea that all data, so cargo routes, commodity prices, all that kind of stuff does update between systems, but the further away you get from the source, the older the data is. So they could make that either completely dependent on data runners, including players, or separate from them. But like, let's say you're in the Stanton system and you're looking up prices for the Sol system. You could put in a request. Let's say the prices are 3 days old. You could put in a request and be like, hey, there's no prices in the Stanton system for Sol. That lets data runners in Sol know, hey, we need somebody to run the data out there to get it updated. And you could always update the other systems on the way and get paid for that or something. So there's like opportunities, there's different ways that they could do data running throughout star systems mostly. I don't know how they would do it intra-star system, but there's possibilities for it between different systems. And I think there are ways you could do it in intra-system as well, but I haven't thought about that as much. That's just some early thoughts on it. I don't know how they're going to do it. I really don't. They've talked about that kind of stuff, but it's CIG, the definition of salvage has changed in the last 6 years. I'm sure the definition of data running has as well. So we'll see. There would probably be other stuff that has to do with comma rays and hacking in and all those things. Yeah, Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities in data running. The thing that will make data running difficult is figuring out where to cut off the responsibility of that data. Because obviously people can just hop on Discord and send message to each other. So kind of like you want to make sure you're keeping that in mind, I guess. You're expecting a company that was so corrupt that a court had to drag the CEOs into the courtroom because their response to their summon was to get drunk to be fair to wait, what? I need help with that one. You're expecting a company that was so corrupt that a court had to drag its CEOs into the courtroom because their response to their summon was to get drunk to be fair to its users. Okay, I see what you're saying. It depends. It always depends. Some companies live in their CEO's culture. Some of them, you barely even notice it. Plenty of good that comes out of companies. I mean, YouTube has been amazing to me. Like I expressed that unhappiness with YouTube there, but overall I'm positive with YouTube. They do a lot better than a company like Twitch does. I think there's a lot of places that they can improve, but I do expect good things from them. Yeah, I think some of the stuff that they bring out does really help the users. Some of the stuff is really bad for the users. Some of the stuff is clearly benefiting them and their companies that advertise and fund them. But you know, some's positive, some's negative. Will we be able to deliver the final product? I'm guessing you mean in Star Citizen. I think they'll be able to deliver a product that's really good. Depends on who you're asking though, when it comes to what that should be. The copium keeps me going. Dude, huff away. Drink it in. Keeps me going at night. And in the day. It would be cool for data running to get a laptop and sell it to the highest bidder. God, I hope they have something a little more transportable than a PC, than a computer. What Evocati patch are they on? I actually don't know. This is not the most recent one. I picked this one because it has some interesting stuff in it. Some coolio messaging and some things that because with each Evocati patch they basically, excuse me, oh geez, too much talking, get your throat. They basically only put what's new in the patch on here, so I wanted to get one where they added a lot of stuff. Ah, jeez, that was terrible. Okay. So, technically this is like kind of not supposed to be read by us, but here it is. Time Lord said, if there is any player-based data running, I bet it will be after we get our own buildings. Ooh. If you have buildings in both Stanton and Pyro, conventional comms wouldn't make it interstellar. Even if it did, it would take decades or centuries, so you fill the massive database of your data runner using its signature servers and take the information physically faster than light. I hope for the last half of that, I hope they wouldn't wait until player bases. I'm hoping we see some form of data running come in whenever they figure out AR markers, or at least within the year after that, which I think we'll have that by the end of this year or end of next year. So I'm hoping no more than 2 years from now, we might look at the at least core concept of data running in the game, which would just be updating a location or updating some form of data in another place. But who knows? It's Star Citizen. It's like freaking Wheel of Fortune, but with development features. All right. So, these notes start out with, good news, everybody. Gen 12 rendering is now fully enabled as of this build. This was posted on the 17th of November, so about half a month ago. Objective: another special build for data testing and they will be watching the build. This is the team that covers PES, persistent entity streaming. They will be watching the build to gather all the data they can after the most recent changes to network and stability crash fixes. Hey, some bearded gent. Thanks for the sub, mate. Thank you for the Amazon Prime sub. I appreciate your support. If the build proves stable, we would love to have players explore and test out a few new features. This will include the Vulture, salvaging, ship soft death, racetrack sites, Gen 12 renderer, bounties, cargo deliveries, and more. Let's look and see what those things include. With salvage, hull scraping, the first implementation of salvage into the persistent universe, which includes both hull stripping as well as repair. This includes both performing hull stripping and repairs by hand, as well as hull stripping using the systems aboard the Drake Vulture and the Aegis Reclaimer. Using highly advanced compression technology, these tools can break down ship and vehicle exteriors, converting them into recycled material composite, and store them in the canisters attached. The player then has the option to either use this material to repair their ship using the FPS multi-tool by filling in damaged areas, or they can sell this material as a commodity. Along with being able to salvage players' ships, players will also be able to scan and find salvageable shipwrecks among asteroids, like the Rings of Yela. I love it. I love to hear it. And you know what's awesome? We got ship scanning and ping. When did we get that? 2018? I think 2017 maybe? No, 2018 or 2019. I think we got it. So, since then, the only things we've been able to scan were asteroids and ships. And I think we got asteroids first in 2018, I guess, because that would have been with mining. And then ships maybe in 2020 or 2019. Case in point, we've not been able to really scan much stuff. In 3.18, they're adding derelict ships that can be scanned, which we've never had. And they're allowing cargo boxes to be scanned. So just like that, we just doubled the amount of items that can be scannable in the game. And like, when I say it like that, it sounds lame. It's like, yeah, duh, it's a game. It should be able to scan stuff. But like, this is a lot of things opening up. This is a lot of boxes around derelict ships floating in space. Boxes that might have just been dropped off in the asteroid belt. Because remember, everything's persisting now with PES. Somebody leaves like a giant cache of cargo out in the asteroid belt. You just happen to come across it, scan it, and find it. You couldn't do that in 3.17. And at least from what they're saying, it sounds like you can do that in this update. We need to learn more about how much actually goes into scanning cargo. But at least right here, they're confirming that derelicts will be scannable. These derelicts might have loot or cargo around them. So already, it's more stuff that adds into the already existent functions of the game, which is nice. Think there will be wrecks in the air and Halo belt? I don't know. We'll still have to deal with 30k resets. Indeed. Although, will 30k resets wipe the shard? Would it, because all the stuff will be stored in the entity graph, so even if the shard is wiped, shouldn't it still restart a server with all that stuff in it, or still gotta understand that part of it? As it is today, data on any system that's connected to a network is at risk of theft or tampering. Only way to be sure it's safe is to store it in an unconnected system. They have DGS recovery. Where is that? Where's that info? Is that in like the episode about persistent entity streaming or something that they posted? $30K won't wipe the server. It will simply be loaded the next time the server starts back up. Cool. That's what I thought. I just wanted to, you know, always be 100% sure. So that's very cool. You could just come across a giant pile of boxes floating in the yellow asteroid belt. Might not happen that often, but what if it does? What if? Hey, Steve, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Ah, it's on the tracker. Okay. Here's hoping they do the MSR rework and fix the cockpit glitch issue. Data running would be a great game loop. Gosh. You know what they're going to do, too. They're going to introduce data running, and it's not going to be with the MSR or the Drake Herald. And we're all going to throw our hands up. Because it's going to be a new ship. And you know what? I'm okay with it as long as they add it to the other ships. Like, I'm cool. I love the fact that when they introduced salvage with the Vulture, they also added it to the Reclaimer. If you want to introduce a new ship for data running, as long as the MSR and the Herald get that stuff, by all means, I absolve myself. Please, please, please do. Sandalea, thank you for the sub. 7 months. 7 months, that's a good chunk of the year. 2022, year of Sandalea. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for the support. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. They mentioned it when talking about PES and servers having history. I gotta watch that stuff again. I think I was like half asleep or something. Do you think we will be able to eject cargo? I don't. I don't think there's any real method of doing that until we have control over the atmosphere in the ship. And even then, I don't know, because the gravity plates, it'd be weird. There is always a new ship. There is always a new ship. Usually I'm okay with it. Or Herald has nothing going for. Yo, the Herald looks sick though. The thrusters in the back look cool. It's like the most oversized thrusters in the game. And I hope that they leave that kind of unique to the Herald, because that's a really cool look for it. Oh, okay. You're talking about server meshing and PES overall. I'm talking about specifically what they're bringing in with 3.18. So when does this stuff go live? Well, let's see what the known issues list is after we go through these other tools. So we got hull scraping. Here's vehicle hull scraping. It says salvaging while in a vehicle is a mode like mining. To be able to scrape the hull of a newly found wreck, the target must have its shields turned off. The player play to enter and exit salvage mode, hit M for mining. Players can right-click to cycle through attached beams in the sub-item slot. By left-clicking, players can activate and deactivate the scraper beam. There are 2 modes players can be in while salvaging, by pressing G. Converging and fixed mode. Fixed mode acts like weapons and points the salvage beams directly where the player aims the ship, while converging mode lets the players gimbal the beams independently. Left Alt plus mouse wheel will move converging point, while left Alt plus right click will switch between the vertical and horizontal converging modes. Wait, what? Left Alt plus mouse wheel will move the converging point. Okay, so you can either move horizontally or vertically. I see. So you're not moving them a bunch. You're moving them to a set position. Do they move relative to each other after that or no? Players will need to manually remove filled storage boxes from the ship's salvaging area using a handheld tractor beam and move them to the ship's cargo grid or convert it into RMC canisters for repairing. Okay, so you can move your converging points. And then I guess that's just to cover more area. Like if you want the points to be pointing at different locations while you're salvaging, it's interesting. Or you could point them both, I guess, at the same spot and just move that around. That'll be interesting to see in practice. I wonder why they did it like that. When can you set up a bazaar? Huh. It's going to be a little while. What link is he seeing at these? This is just a paste bin link of the Evocati patch notes. There they go. Right, they showed this stuff a little bit. Let's see if we can look at the footage for salvaging. We pull up everything we've got on salvage. So here is an example of the salvage. They've got 3 different scrapers. They've got 2 different scrapers and a module. Interesting. On both arms. And let's see. So these must be the different modes. This must be... What did they call it? Converging mode. This must be fixed mode, and this must be converging mode. So in this mode, yeah, that's definitely fixed. It's just where they're pointing. No, there's no salvage happening there. In this mode, this must be fixed again. This is converging mode. So yeah, you can see that they're moving it around kind of like it's gimbaled, but it looks like they're both pointing at the same place. So I'm guessing what it is you lock the lasers in relative position to each other, and then you can gimbal them both from that relative position to scrape the hull. I don't think I have any other first-person examples of this. This is an older one. So that's still fixed mode. They don't really show that converging mode. Dang, this is what it first looked like when we first got to start seeing salvaging. It looks way better now. There we go. So that's them. This is them moving it in converging mode. You can see how they're separating it, bringing it closer, but they still move relative to each other in the same exact way. And now they're in fixed mode. Okay, that's interesting. I guess if you have a specific... I'm sure there's some more efficient way to set up the lasers to salvage faster that we'll have to discover on our own. Hoping that we'll have salvage chunks pulled into the U part of the ship for breakdown for gathering of materials. Soon, my friend. That's what this is. Vehicle munching is exactly what you're talking about. Can look up a concept image of that too. If I've got it here. Probably don't. I do! And look at that. So that's what they're doing here. Using the lasers to ship munch, cut off some chunks, make the chunks go through the conveyor belts, and then you munch it here in the mouth. And that is supposed to be scheduled, at least, for work finishing in June. But who knows when it actually will finish. Yeah, the salvaging looks really satisfying. With how fast that melts ships, it would be funny to see it used in combat after shields get dropped. You ever try to take on an Idris with a prospector? Good fun. Good fun. Hoping... Oh, I already read that. Should you wait for CIG to fill in the large upgrade gaps between larger ships like the Prospector and Connie? Or should you melt to reach those? That's an interesting question. I would say waiting doesn't work because there's no predicting when they'll put a ship in that category you're looking for. But at the same time, I wouldn't say to melt your ship to upgrade to those just because there's nothing else there. I mean, yeah, that's a hard question to answer. I would say hold on to your money and see what happens. But I'm not like the person to... If you want to ask about spending real money on ships, I'm not the best person to come to, just because I generally tell people to err away from doing that. Yeah, the Prospector versus Idris was a classic battle. You pledged your Prospector, you feel like that will give you the Mole, and the Mole will give you literally whatever you want. Prospector's a great ship to pledge for. Working on pepperoni matrix and cheese persistence tech for pizza. Yum. Now I want pizza. Okay, FPS, scraping, and repair. This is the last part of salvage that they added with this Evocati patch. To utilize FPS hull scraping mechanics, players will first need to acquire a Grin multi-tool, the salvage and repair module for it, and the ammunition canister for the salvage and repair module. As with ship hull scraping, players will be able to strip away the hull of a ship while its shields are down, and store this recycled material composite in the canister. Players can cycle between salvage and repair mode by pressing B, which will allow them to either scrape away materials or use collected materials to repair the hull of a ship. That's one of the coolest things, I think. Probably one of the first things I'm ever going to make like a full YouTube short for is a dogfight, getting tagged in the fight, but ultimately beating the opponent, and then ditching out of your ship, going over to their ship, scraping off some of the hull, and then going back to yours and filling in the gaps where you got shot. That's freaking sick. That's really, really cool as a concept. And being able to do that with everything looking as good as it does is pretty dope. Where's your space pie? Dude, have you seen those beef chunks in the game? Do you really want to get pie from these people? Rumor is Drake has a miner in the works. It's a duo ship though. The second is space taped to the hull with an actual mining pick. That'd be good. I'm hoping my Prospector will fit in back of the Galaxy. If it hangs out, I'm okay with that too. Understandable as a done ship like the Cuddy Red should have remained available. Should be available. Them teabagging your dead body while it floats in space. What are the physics of teabagging in 0G? I was a prominent Halo teabagger, but we never really fought in 0G that often. I don't know how that works. You have to like manually counteract the movement. Thoughts on the Polaris rework? I don't know what the heck the interior looked like before, but it looks like they made pretty good use of the interior on this one. Besides like 1 or 2 rooms, seems to fit a lot of stuff in there. And I'm surprised to see it's basically a small Idris. It's actually a much more valuable ship on its own than I thought it was before. Just want to eat that cute ramen. Oh, I love cute ramen. They took the Cuddy Red out of the shop recently for some reason. Oh, that's weird. Why don't they talk about that? Hecadai, you're not wrong. That's a great question that needs a video to answer it. Sounds like a good 12-minute video. Perfect topic. Okay, so the known issues, actually, so from here, I got rid of the page. Where were we? Where are the patch notes? Well, this is strange. Where are the patch notes? Oh, I opened them all the way back here. Okay, we're going to look at the most recent Evocati drop. And we'll judge the known issues left by them. And, I mean, nothing that we guess is going to tell us when it's going to come. But it's fun to speculate. So, in this latest patch, this came out on the 2nd, which was Friday. So they'll probably put out a new patch today. But in this one, the testing was on the physicalized cargo refactor, salvage, the new missions in Ryan, the new caves, the new prison missions. Okay, courier delivery updates. Somebody mentioned that. Daymar crash site, the PTV racetrack, all the new racetracks and time trials, and new rivers. So these are all things we can probably expect to be in the patch. It's looking like a big patch. The Walmart is way too far from the Home Depot. What's up, Mega Johnny? We got two 420s in chat. You guys blazing? Is that all in a war or Alina War? I think it's Alina War. Welcome. Cuddy Red is out of the shop because the P8R needs to make sales quota for the investors. Hey! That's not us, huh? Okay, known issues. Players will lose all held items when using character repair. External inventory loot boxes will eventually load indefinitely. Character customizer stuck on saving character. New Babbage, location, and art in some areas are missing. Cluster rehabilitation, transactions, failures. Multi-vehicle VMAs, unable to customize any ship within the vehicle manager. Load and location. More than one player can load into a habitat bed at the same time. That sounds like a fun one. It is possible for the vehicle HUD to vanish for the player during flight and combat. Elevators and trams are jittery. Terminals are not responsive. Third-person camera. What? Did we just get raided by friggin' Avenger 1? Dude. Is that your... Did you just raided me, didn't you? All the love. Thank you, my man. How are you doing? Good to see you, bro. Wait, hold on. Don't make me guess. Have you been blowing people up? Is it possible? Is there a non 0% chance that you were out there fighting? Welcome everybody who came from Avenger 1's little raid there. Little stream. I'm sure you guys are all having fun. It's a little less adventurous here, a little less action-y, but maybe more informative. We're talking right now about recent Star Citizen news, updates coming on, what's going on with 318, when we might see it, all that jazz. It's good times. Mostly casual conversation. I hope you guys like it. And we're also running a giveaway right now. We got 2 giveaways. I'm giving away a 400i. Plenty of ways to get in on that. I'm also giving away an Aurora, probably by the end of the week. So type in ! giveaway on Twitch, and that should pull up the links for all that jazz. You can enter both. Oh, we've also got a raffle going on. I think. Nope, maybe not. I thought somebody subbed. We watched him play and refund Callisto Protocol. Oh no, you did not like it? He was totally mining ship-shaped rocks with lasers. Repetitive mining lasers, I get it. Sometimes you have a mining bomb, if you will. you can shoot at people. I mean rocks, asteroids. You can shoot at asteroids to mine them. You'd like to win that 400i just to set it on fire, dude? Whatever you want to do. Either way, once it's yours, it's yours. Okay, so what were the last of those known issues we were seeing? The Corsair does not respond to either expand configuration or retract configuration bindings. Now that's a game breaker. Orison mission content. A hostile AI is stuck inside a wall at HMRA, and one hostile appears missing at building G for bounty. That's actually really funny, because to me that just sounds like they put all the patches out there, and it's not like there's an NPC in that place on each patch. It's just one. In all of the existence of Star Citizen, there's just like one NPC that's stuck in this wall, and every once in a while someone comes across it. Like, if you see that NPC, get video footage of it, because it's stuck in there. We can't find it. Hey man, the old timers used to mine gold with dynamite. That's true. Maybe we should start mining in Star Citizen with dynamite. Warminator. Is the stream broken? All you see is commercial break in progress. Gosh, Twitch. It shouldn't be broken. Is anybody else having troubles on Twitch? Maybe a refresh? Attempting to mine with grenades and it blows up in your hand. Sounds like you're mining yourself. You have it on good authority that Quantanium does not respond well to explosives. It also doesn't do well in any ships I fly. Quantanium is a danger to me and anybody around me. Thank you, Brandon, for the confirmation on that one. Blowing yourself up as speed strats. I mean, if you want to respawn, sometimes it's the best way to do it. On this patch, we've also seemed to have gotten a bed logout update. Let's listen to what they have to say. Actually, you don't have to listen. I'm not telling you what to do. You know, personal freedom. You do what you want. You are here though, so it could benefit you to listen. Maybe just one of those things. Mutual benefits going on there. Anyways, bed logout V1 for PES is now active. Current design setup. The logout interaction is currently only available if you are the only actor in the ship. When you log out, the ship and the player are instantly stowed unless you are in the ship with a director. So if you're the only actor in the ship, sorry, that's it's just a bad joke slipped in there. Some dad out there will appreciate that. So ship logout only works if nobody else is in the ship with you. In the future, we will restrict this to the ship owner only. Disallow this if you have someone else's vehicle in your ship, and disallow it if in combat, along with a better UI to highlight this state. On relog, the passenger count is bugged, in which case you can potentially accidentally stow another actor with you if you bed log out again after someone's entered your ship. So if you bed log out and then you log back in and somebody gets on the ship, I see. Egregious darkly. You're gonna want to do exclamation point giveaway. I see to spend more time watching and reading about SC than playing. Please release 318. You and all of us. Welcome to the club. If you bed log out while somebody's on your ship. Okay. So they said in the future it will be restricted to the ship owner only. Disallow if you have someone else's vehicle in your ship, and disallow if in combat, along with better UI to highlight the state. Do you guys think that that would be permanent for them to disallow the bed log out if there's somebody else's vehicle on your ship? I think they would. This all seems pretty temporary. None of this sounds like stuff that would be permanent. No sneaking into ships and logging out to relog later and steal the ship. Darn. Red October would be a cool ship name. That is a pretty good one. Sounds like a temporary technical problem. That's what I was thinking, yeah. Otherwise, they would not have implemented living quarters with so many beds. Right, yeah. Disallowing it. But that's why I don't think the first one, the whole ship owner thing, definitely not permanent. But disallowing if someone else's vehicle is in your ship, I don't think they would make that permanent, but it would be a way to avoid trolling somebody. If they land their vehicle on your ship, you could technically lock them out of their vehicle. Like if you just didn't log in and spawn that ship. But at the same time, I'm sure they'd just give you an easy way to claim it or something. But if they claim it, they would have to despawn it from that, or else there'd be a duplicating exploit. There's so much that goes into balancing with this game and these features. Once we can assign roles, it feels weird that other people won't be able to log out. Right, yeah. And that's another clear sign that they wouldn't just leave it to the ship captain. Wonder if they can't despawn the ship from your ship when you log, so it could start duplicating ships. they're gonna have to make that call between like, do we just start automatically despawning ships? And like people would look at that and probably start talking about how, oh, it's not realistic. Or do we just try to make sure that they are not exploiting that? Sounds like it's all work in progress stuff for bed logging. New Evocati notes are up. I'll check them out in a cool second. If you soft kill something carrying a rover, can you steal that rover and sell it? You better hope so. That rover is cargo. You want to wake up with a beautiful view instead of the bottom of a bunk bed? If you want a beautiful view, come and join my captain's quarters. Just kidding. My in-game character looks like Play-Doh. You think the vehicles have been messing up? If you bed log with a buddy's car, it'll still be there when you come back, but you can't get it out? That's not a fun glitch. Yo, Detox. Hey, man, I forgot to send you a message. We dropped the podcast this morning. I got to send you the link for it, but it's up there. Feel free to hop in the comments, see what people are saying, but it was a great talk. If you guys haven't checked it out already, and actually if you haven't checked out the man himself, Detox is in the chat. Great dude. The runner of the, what is it? The Immobiles? What's the name of your org? He is the lead of a big org that does some really cool stuff. They actually just put a video out on YouTube showing off the event, and it was really good. It was cut from different angles, had different stories going on. You were getting all the dialogue and stuff. It was really nice. But me and Detox just had a good talk on the Launch Sequence podcast, my weekly Star Citizen and other sci-fi game podcast. And we talked about kind of the group multiplayer aspect of Star Citizen and whether or not it's a feasible game, or if CIG seems to be making it a feasible game for solo players. So if this is a game that you want to play solo and you are interested in hearing how it's developing in that way, check that out. Just got linked down there. ! Podcast will make it come up, or you can pop it on my second YouTube channel. It was great, but who was that dork in the green jacket who talked a load of crap? I don't know, man. I couldn't get the actual guest on, so some guy just came in and filled in last second, and I had to talk to him for an hour about some game, whatever. It's whatever, you know, we all have those throwaway weeks. This is gonna get weird when bed logging inside a ship that's parked in another ship. Yeah, it is. It's gonna be really weird. Imagine how much they're gonna have to account for. Because you know people are gonna want to be able to respawn everywhere. But or people at the very least are going to be like, hey, if my ship's there, I should be able to respawn. But imagine if they said, all right, we'll make it so that 3 people can respawn per bed. Once 3 people are in that bed, nobody else can use it. So you go, okay, cool. I'm going to get a Nomad, and I'm going to land that inside a, okay, maybe not a Nomad. Let's see, what's smaller? I'm going to get an Aurora, and I'm going to land that inside of a Corsair, and then I'm going to put that Corsair inside of somebody's Idris. I don't know. Oh god, that would never work with the Idris. Corsair is just not a good example. I don't know. Pick a ship, but like you start nesting ships inside of ships, and then those beds would explode in population. But then at the same time, you want people to be able to hot bunk in beds. But like, what if you had a single bed ship inside of another ship, and you just had people signing in? And you just invaded the ship like that. There's so much complication that comes with the way that they're trying to set this game up. I don't know how they're going to do it. Does Star Citizen wipe your progress? Occasionally. Yeah, we've got a wipe coming up here. Until the game goes live, it'll keep doing that. Probably once a year, maybe. I hope. Can't bed log a ship inside another ship. You tried it with the 100i, but in the future, what if it works? What do they mean by Squadron 42 is going to be like an interactive movie? Is it to hype it up, or is it going to be like Witcher, that is a great game that can be described as a playable movie. I think they just are trying to say they made it very cinematic, so it will feel like you're in a movie while you're playing the game. And I believe that's what they're going for. Something like how God of War feels. Some people describe it that way, but who knows how well they'll pull that off. Squadron, catch you later. There is no respawn technology in this game. You shouldn't be spawning land vehicles on moons. You shouldn't be spawning your avatar in a Pez situation. Logout equals snooze. Right. I think if you only used medical beds for respawn, then the big ships can charge people to set their spawn there. Yeah, that'd be interesting. At what point do you say I have too many ships, and what do I have them just sitting in my hangar? I mean, I think plenty of people have too many ships, but that's always up for you to decide. You were going to send me a couple giveaway codes for Game Touch controller, but I can't DM you in Discord. Twitch DM okay? I would shoot them to Mrs. Tomato on Discord. Probably be the easiest way to do it. She's much better about keeping track of those things. Thank you though for the giveaway codes. Appreciate that. God of War is epic. Just got it on sale on Black Friday. One of the best gaming experience I've ever had. Can't wait to play it. I think I'm going to wait till PC. You can't sell ships for in-game currency right now. No. Besides the bed logout features, other feature updates looks like they did something with the buggy racetrack where they changed the steepness of the ramp. But you guys just said that there were new Evocati notes. So let's pull that up real quick. Did they get posted here yet? They did, look at that. All right, let's see what they say. Bed logout is active. Looks like it's the same stuff. Your player avatar will be recreated. Your spawn point will be reset. You will need to recustomize your character. Inventories, items, currencies, reputation, mission progress will persist. Ooh, this is the character repair tool. Okay. So this is what's replacing character reset, which we've been using for years whenever we run into a big patch. Now, it sounds like you'll have to recreate your character, reset your spawn, but everything, inventories, items, currencies, reputation, all of it will persist. That's pretty cool. I think that was not true with the character reset, right? Am I wrong about that? Somebody save me. Save me from the embarrassing things I'm saying. Is this tool any faster? That we don't know. I would imagine it would be faster. A little bit of an improvement on speed. With reset, you have to put everything back on your ship. So that's a great change. That's really good, especially because it's kind of your last option. Hopefully you don't have to repair a character. What about regaining lost subscriber items? Don't know anything about that. Like if it resets your items, if they say it persists, then maybe not. Yeah, I don't know about that. Will it give you back stuff you've lost? Known issues list is still fairly long. Looks like there's, what, 17 of them? 16 of them? 15 of them? Feature updates on the Cortex server performance improvements, Loreville performance improvements, reduced intensity of generic space dust effect. Love my generic space dust. Your experience was that you would need to recreate character and reset spawn, but you'd keep all your money and rep. Oh, really? With the character resets? And you lost all your consumables, though. So there is some... You would have to do the bounty certs even after a reset. So this is an improvement, to say the least, which is good. So that is about it with Evocati updates for now on 3.18. It's looking good. What's the biggest issue that they've got going on right now? Characters not properly stowed after logout. That's a big one. But not customizing vehicles, loot boxes, indefinite loading, jittery, missing salvage wrecks, vulture problem, corsair problem. How many of these are actually game breakers? Loot boxes will disappear on approach. Player unable to heal injuries in medbed. That's a bad one. That one needs to be fixed. These aren't that bad of crashes or problems, rather. I'm wondering if, like, what stability looks like. That's what we're not seeing in these patch notes, which I'm sure we'll hear about from other people. But if this is running stable and these are the only problems they're having, I could see this going to first wave PTU in the next week or two. For sure. How's 3.18 looking? Is it looking pretty solid for their projected PTU release? Yeah, this is definitely going to be in PTU this month. I don't really see any problems here that scream, weeks away, but things are weird. Like, we've seen small problems just kind of stick around and make it stay in Evocati for a while. We've seen big problems that got solved within a couple of patches. So I guess it could go either way. I hope they're, staying healthy and not killing themselves to get this out. I think as long as this goes to open PTU this year, it's fine. Fine now. Not compared to what we were told in May, but things changed. Yeah, I feel good about it. You underestimate their ability to procrastinate on updates? I don't think the devs procrastinate. Maybe they get told to do different things, but these devs work their freaking butts off. You can see it when we're getting random patches sometimes on weekends at night, and like just the way that they keep the progress going between the various studios. I think the devs do okay. Sent them to Mrs. Tomato. Hopefully someone can have some fun with it for Christmas. Merry Christmas all. Thank you, Warminator. Appreciate you. Are you on the Discord? Would love to, I want to tag you with the message when we do those. Your opinion is you would be happier if they didn't crunch this out and delivered something early to mid-January instead, personally. Yeah, whatever is working most comfortably and most healthily. Ships hovering above pad is fixed now, not on the list anymore. Ships hovering above the pad. Yeah, I don't see that here. They don't procrastinate, but there's a lot of shit they have to clear before releases. Yeah. So are they set on the ballistics being OP, or is that subject to change? I'm concerned because they haven't added physicalized armor. No, I don't think they're going to be set on it until after PTU. I think they'll make the call in the PTU phase because they want to see how it looks when it goes to wider testing. But I think the changes to ballistics are subject to change for sure still. Shout out on the topic, the devs do a lot of unseen work on their quantum universe simulation, persistence frameworks, and otherwise modular design to incorporate their immense scope. You know what? If they are doing unseen work on the universe simulation, I'd love to get an update on it. Because I think that's the biggest component of the game that they don't talk about. And it's also kind of... It feels like that would be something that would help out with a lot of problems people have. Between mission availability, getting paid for cargo runs, all that kind of stuff. Would love to hear more about Quantum. change in meta sounds fun to you. All hail ballistics and two-shotting arrows. I'm all for throwing stuff around and seeing how it breaks. I know that they've got to get combat into a good place within the next probably year. If we're being realistic, if we're gonna try and say that Squadron 42 enters its window of possible release in holiday season 2025. No, sorry, holiday season 2024. Then I think they would want to have combat in a pretty finalized state within a year from now. So if they want to keep experimenting with stuff and break stuff and see what works with the community on a wider scale until then, do it. So as long as you're headed towards the right model. Because there's a lot that they need to do to make sure it works. And I imagine it's easier to balance for Squadron, but at least until that point, I don't really see any problem with them making major changes as long as they're headed in the direction of what they set out. Physicalized armor, disable instead of killing ships, venting atmosphere, resource management, all that stuff, you know? You just want the new flight model? So do I. I really want to see hovering matter. Squadron's probably releasing in 2025 to 2026. It's not out of the question. I think the ballistics change is meant to lower the skill floor. They are also making shields regen slower, which helps newer players actually deal damage. I'd love to see the skill floor lowered. I am always concerned about what kind of complications it brings in when they do those kinds of changes. Like, I like seeing the changes, but also, you know, it's good to be wary that they do change the way the game plays. But lowering the skill floor is always a positive in my eyes. Can't make it too low. Can't make it super easy. Not always a positive. But it's good to see them catering a little bit to new players because we're going to get a lot soon. 2022 was a big year for new players, though. We got a lot of new people with IAE in May, April, like March, April, May. All the big YouTubers kind of picked up the game for a little while, and we saw a lot of people join this year because of that. With 4.0 end of next year, I think we're going to see some of that again. And I'm not saying those two things are connected. Don't quote me. I'm saying both 4.0 and end of next year, because I think end of next year the game will probably be in a pretty significant spot, even if 4.0 isn't out. Forget 3.19 and subsequent patches. You also estimate Star Citizen releasing in around 7 to 10 years, but I'm sure they'll keep updating it. Yeah, I could see a live for Star Citizen 7 to 10 years from now. When do they usually update the progress tracker? That one's weird, because there are things on here that are wildly out of date. And it's kind of annoying. Like, some of the stuff on here has work that's ending or has ended that was updated, maybe last updated in 2021. So it's hard to know if that actually means that. Oh, let's go to the team view. See, so like this was last updated April 7th of 2021, but it says that the work is ending in a month. So like, how do we know if that's actually accurate? That's why the progress tracker is, I look at it a little bit just to understand what they're working with or have been working with. But for the most part, I don't pay much attention to this anymore. May 19th, 2021. That's not bad. April 17th, 2022. December 18th, 2020. April 7th, 2021. They're quite old, a lot of them. Hey, Beach Striker, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Getting that raffle started. I appreciate you. And so does everybody else getting in the raffle for our giveaway. We're giving away a copy of the game. So make sure to hit ! join if you are over there in Twitch. And jump in. We've also got a giveaway for a 400i if you haven't seen that yet. In a weird way, you feel all the buggy AAA releases have kind of paved the way for Star Citizen to blow up way sooner than it normally would. It does feel like all the buggy releases set the stage for a AAA company out there to step up and be like, hey, we're the company that's going to give you completed, fully responsive, and normally functioning games at release. Come hang out in our circle. And I think, have any AAA games released like that? I feel like Elden Ring had a pretty smooth release. But nobody's really seemed to have taken that crown. It's sitting there. It's in there waiting. How funny would it be if Bethesda was the one that came out and did that? Like, they were the ones that started delivering games that weren't broken. That would be so funny. I do think that the market has been quite fair to Star Citizen in that I won't say that these recent releases have set the stage or anything, but there haven't been any games that have undercut what Star Citizen's doing and proven that they can do it. Even Starfield, while not being a direct competitor to Star Citizen, not focusing on the same things and not going for the same crowd, does show how much effort it takes to build these massive space-based environments. And so does Elite Dangerous with from Frontier. Half-Life Alyx was pretty bug-free, as you can remember. Yeah, Valve has good game launches, right? Elden Ring was technically an indie company, wasn't it? Who made Elden Ring? I thought, oh, maybe it was a big publisher, but not a big studio. No, From Software. From Software is pretty big. They do things. They've got like all the Souls games. You could believe Hull C is almost done, even if it was, they probably won't release it to Flyable because of the state of cargo. Hull C is definitely almost done. What does it say on here? It says it's almost done on here, but honestly, like, you guys know how much of the Hull C we've seen. Look at this. This is 2017. All of this footage is 2017. Like, they modeled this ship out. They did a lot with it. And then they were like, oh crap, the tech doesn't work for this. And these aren't just little videos of it in model. No, it was in engine. They were flying it. So I've never really been that worried about the Hull C. This was the thing that they always kind of talked about being the problem, was these animations and the way that the physics grids would work with these. And I think we all kind of assume, because of the Hull A and because of some other things that they've released and talked about, that they've figured it out. And we actually can see it happening in game now. Progress. Tangible progress. Good for y'all. Didn't know you did giveaways here. Yeah, buddy. Oh, you're Time Lord. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I do giveaways on Twitch. Bethesda bug free. That's why I'm saying, wouldn't that be ironic? Or at least, like, just wild to see that nobody else took that up and it was Bethesda of all people who did. Starfield's probably going to be a glitchy mess considering it's Bethesda making it. I don't know. I don't think that Bethesda... We talked about this on... What was that? Saturday? Friday? I don't think Bethesda is working by the same rules they normally do. They're owned by Microsoft. Microsoft did not become such a freaking crazy powerful company by releasing a bunch of... Oh, they totally did release a bunch of glitchy stuff. But I think the standards for the games being released are higher when they come from Microsoft as opposed to ZeniMax. Paid double for a Bethesda game that was bug-free. You're still waiting for Beyond Good and Evil 2. Let's... Oh boy. Have I got a link to the Evo notes? Sure. Don't tell anybody where you got this. It wasn't me. The hull ships will be more mission runners than cargo haulers. Running missions in the hull D. Daroff, thank you for the sub, my friend. And Toter Kenny, I'm sorry I missed you. Gifted out that community sub to somebody else. Toter Kenny, just lifeblood of the community. Thank you, man. You say that, but Windows is horrible. Yeah, no, I stopped myself. They have definitely put out plenty of buggy stuff. But I still think that being under Microsoft means Bethesda is going to have to work harder at this. Yeah, Halo Infinite, as Uri pointed out, Halo Infinite's a really good reason for why Starfield needs to be good. Halo, Xbox doesn't have their flagship anymore. Like, trust me, I am invested in it. Got a giant Halo tattoo on my arm right here. If you ever met a Halo fan, maybe they look like me. I don't know, but I love Halo, and I am willing to admit it's no longer the shining star of Microsoft. It's not going to be the thing that sells consoles for the next decade. They've lost that. They messed that up. Halo Infinite was their chance. And they've clearly shown that. They advertised Starfield more than Halo. They started their E3 conference with Starfield instead of Halo. They definitely draw more attention to Starfield than other things that they're working on, like, say, what is that called? What is the one from Obsidian that they're working on? It's a big game. It looks like it's gonna go up against Elder Scrolls. Gosh, what is it called? I can't remember. But there's a couple other big games that they're working on, and they don't push them like Starfield. I think they expect Starfield to be a much bigger game for the Microsoft, and I don't think Microsoft is gonna just be like, yeah, you can put out a buggy game. We'll see how that goes for the reputation of the IP. But that's just a hope. These are hopes and wishes talking. It's copium, if you want to call it that. I've got a video I'm putting out about Starfield later this week, but I'm going to keep talking about that stuff. Because I do think that... I don't think Starfield's going to be a game changer or anything like that. I don't think it's going to change the industry. I think it'll be good for space games, and I think it's going to be a bigger deal than people are making it out to be. Microsoft knows they need to hit some home runs. They need more golden gooses. They really do. Yeah, Microsoft needs some help right now. I mean, they've got the studios, they've got the momentum, they've got the service, they've got the console, and they've done great jobs with Windows in gaming over the last few years, but like they really need to deliver some games now. Yeah, Avowed. Avowed was the game, thank you. Starfield will fail. Bethesda is stuck in old tech. They updated their engine, did they not? Kind of in the same way that, like, technically Star Engine is CryEngine, but updated. What would you consider a failure for Starfield? I actually don't even know what people would expect the games to sell at. I think it was Pokemon made like 10 million sales in 3 days or something like that. So, whatever, if they can do that, that would be great. I would imagine, though, like 5 million in the first week or something like that. Starfield kind of looks like a No Man's Sky, but with a bit more depth. Yeah. Still same engine. I mean, Unreal Engine 5 is still the same engine as 4, right? Or 3? All these engines are old. They just keep getting updated. CryEngine was turned into Lumberyard, was turned into Star Engine. Frostbite was developed in 2006, and it's still being used to run Battlefield games. The issue is that regardless of how much pressure Microsoft applies from the top, it's questionable that Bethesda knows how to push out a release without a billion holes that fans have to fix for them. That is also fair. And I'm willing to consider that opportunity, but I feel like a lot of people are just completely denying the possibility that this game could release in a different state than their past games. Like every single time I have a conversation about Starfield, it's never about what they're talking about the game doing, how the characters are looking, how the gameplay is looking, like what they're doing with the game. It's always about, oh, Bethesda puts out broken games. It's like trying to talk to people about Star Citizen. You go out and you meet someone about Star Citizen and you try to tell them about it, and the first thing that come up was, is that scam? Is that game that cost $500 to get in? Is that game that never launched because it's been 10 years? And you're like, I just want to discuss the game instead of the talking points around the game. And I feel like with Starfield, it is constantly, oh, it's going to be glitchy. Nobody ever wants to talk about like the planetary exploration and stuff. Sales is not reputation. That's fair. So what would be the idea, like in terms of reputation, what would be considered a failure for Starfield? I'm just trying to get an idea of what people think would be a success versus a failure for this game. I think a success would literally be a decent space game because nobody else is doing it. The only other company that's doing anything close is like their sister company at Obsidian. They're making Outer Worlds 2. Unreal Engine update is far more substantial than Bethesda's engine ever will be. Their history proves it. But that's going off their history and not the changes that they said they've made to the engine. Do we know what changes they've made to the engine since 2016? We won't know until it releases. That is true. Where are all the nice unannounced Kruger ships on the progress tracker? Seriously, there's nothing from Kruger. Kruger gets no love on the release cycle. I don't know how big in manufacture they are though. Astropub might need to do something on that. Scott, you're stoked for Starfield, but far more stoked on the mods that will be out 1 or 2 years later. I've never really played modded games that much except for Civilization, so I don't know how good it gets. Has anyone talked about how no one is working on Pyro? We have, actually. We spoke diligently about how Pyro is not being worked on. I don't know why that would be a thought. Why would no one be working on Pyro? No footage of Starfield shows it's any different from older games other than in space. That's a big deal. I'm sorry. Why are we all here? Am I the only person here who likes space games? Like, what is... Why... How am I in a community where everybody is so negative about a new space game from a AAA company? This sucks, man. You guys are downers about this. I just want to, like... Starfield is sick. The idea of a new space RPG is cool. You're all for space games? Keep them coming. The more the merrier. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Justo. I feel like I'm just... Like... I just want to talk about Starfield stuff. Other than Rastar stuff, you'd bet that Pyro is done and just waiting on tech. Hey, there's a space game lovers. There's nothing from Kruger because Kruger used to be a parts supplier who only relatively recently got into making guns and then ships. Well, they need to work faster. I want more Kruger ships. We need more competition. It makes other games better. It does. Starfield will hopefully be done. Be dope. I'm excited. There we go. There's more love for the space game. Community will save Starfield with their epic mods. You find my optimism disturbing. I'm a very optimistic person. It sucks. It can suck sometimes. Makes me excited for things. Makes me more disappointed about things. I try to avoid getting too hyped about stuff. And rely on what's being told. But yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. I'm very hyped about Starfield even if it's just a holdover while SC develops further. Either way, Starfield is an entirely different game. Yeah. And that's the thing, like, I was also excited for Prey 2, which is definitely nowhere near the same as Starfield. Like, Prey 2, Star Wars 1313, Star Wars Eclipse, Detroit Become Human, Cyberpunk 2077, Deus Ex, Halo. All these games are all different, and they all kind of have their own problems, but they're still super exciting. It's just, they're just new things, you know? I'm not at that point with like I am with movies, where movies are just fatiguing. You get sick of all of them coming out. We don't get enough space games or sci-fi games, so every one that they work on, I'm pumped for. We've had our heart broken too many times. I totally get that. I get all the people who are sitting back and like not choosing to pay attention to all this stuff. I feel like there's just a lot of pushback for anything really positive about these games, though. You'd play just Stellaris every day. See, now that's a long-term game. People did get defensive about Starfield, yeah. Space Engineers and Star Citizen are the only space games you've been playing. I hear Space Engineers got a good update this year. Hey, Reese! Thanks for the sub, dude. Holy crap, more than 2 years. Oh man, I appreciate you. One of the most regular people on this stream. Thank you so much for hanging out. We gotta see each other when we get back next year. There's only Star Citizen and the James Webb Space Telescope. You played all 3 games, Elite, Star Citizen, and No Man's Sky, and you will be playing Starfield one day. You need something to pass the time so you can wait for the new patches on Star Citizen. X4 is a really good choice too. X4 is actually a lot of fun. The graphics aren't everything, but the game's pretty cool. Prey 2 is not on the horizon. That's just one of the games that got me excited because it was literally just sci-fi. Do you guys remember the Prey 2 concept? It was so cool. It's like you were a cyberpunk bounty hunter in this like space station, and you had to hunt down aliens and throw laser lassos on them and stuff. It was just a cool game. Never happened though. Lord Skippy, thank you for gifting out that membership. Who got that? D-Man. Welcome aboard, D-Man. I'm doing this to see what happens if you type in the live chat when it's no longer live. Hi, Tomato. Jack, are you back in time? Before Star Citizen and Elite, space games were slim to none. Now companies understand that it's a theme that people enjoy. Yeah. See, that's just, oh, that is it. You nailed it, dude. That's it. Starfield is the first game that proves that the AAA industry actually understands how much interest there is in space sims. It's the first AAA game that's taken what Mass Effect tried to do and actually applied it to real planets. Actually said, hey, we're going to put a bunch of planets out there. They might be empty, they might not, but you can go out and see them. Because we know people just are into this stuff. They're looking at Star Citizen, they're looking at Elite Dangerous, they saw No Man's Sky, and they realized, like, if we can hit a middle ground here, package it up in a single player game with the normal Bethesda sauce, because, like, yeah, their games are glitchy, but the characters, the stories, the AI, the cities, like, they're always pretty good. And if they can package that up in a wrapper that people clearly like, using technology that just wasn't available 10 years ago, because nobody was making planets like this 10 years ago, and it's a decent game, that's massive. You know how many more AAA creators are going to be interested in that? How many more people are going to be looking forward to Star Citizen or trying out these other games? Like, Starfield could be one of the best things to happen to Star Citizen. And I'm super excited to see it succeed, or at least I hope it succeeds. When does the economy hit Star Citizen? You know, Leroy, I read that as when is this recession going to stop people from buying so many ships? Yeah, I don't know. They don't talk about it. Kind of sucks. We have had Eve for 19 years. There have been some games that have stuck around that have done a freaking great job of lasting. Eve, plenty of people still play Wing Commander. Don't get me wrong, it's not like there's been no space games. But I think we can all admit that space games have fallen out of favor. Like, look up fantasy RPG games. That's RPG games. I know it doesn't make sense. And you look up the list of all these games that have come out. I like how they put Mass Effect on here. Pillars of Eternity, all the Final Fantasies, Monster Hunter, Dragon Age, Elden Rings, Dungeons and Dragons, The Witcher, Dark Souls, Bloodborne. Like, there are so many mainstream, high budget, quality fantasy games. And then you look at like space RPG games. And this list includes a game that came out 20 years ago, a game that's literally a looter shooter, another game that came out 12 years ago. I mean, it's just like there's so little compared to other genres in gaming, and Starfield could be really helpful in getting more games to be interested in space again. It's slow, but it's happening. It's hard to say that it's good when it hasn't come out given current Bethesda's record. Hey, I'm not going to say Starfield's good yet. All I'm going to say is it's an exciting prospect, and I think there are reasons that it will be better than what people are expecting. If Frontier gave us any real support, the Goids, I'd still be playing it. Didn't they just release an update about the Thargoids? Has Eve been getting worse? Bethesda has years of overhype and lies on the level of Fable games. The mountain of different game Starfield needs to be the mountain of a different game. So you think that if Bethesda put out a generic space-based RPG in Starfield, it was not glitchy enough to ruin the launch, but just like a AAA RPG that took place in space, you don't think that it would make a difference? I am excited for Rastar. I look forward to, if anybody's wondering what Rastar is, that's the tool that they're using now to build out outposts and cities and towns and stuff. They've made it pretty streamlined and easy for them to do it rather quickly. Starfield gonna be Fallout with spaceships. I hope it's Elder Scrolls with spaceships. I never really liked Fallout that much. I think I just didn't like the atmosphere of it though. I don't like post-apocalyptic all that much. Let's be honest, I bet there are people out there who foreclosed their homes to buy Star Citizen ships. Yikes. I hope not. You can guess SC or Squadron are going to be good once they are done, because CR's work has always been good. It's had its struggles, but from what I've seen, they've done good works in the past, yeah. Sadly, in the last few years, negativity sells more than anything else, be it videos or other things, so I think you see negative stuff. You seem negative towards stuff more than anything else these days. Huh. Wait, what? Are you, me? I seem the one who was just... Okay. I think space is a much larger place than fantasy games on a world. Therefore, the cost is high. That is, yeah. And I think that's why maybe we'll see them more now, because the tools to create space games realistically are cheaper to use. So I think people are a little more, maybe these companies are more interested in making games like that now. I lost my house and my wife because of WoW. Don't get me wrong, I love SC despite all the development woes and spent a long time making software to support playing it, but the UE5 update will probably allow another studio to remake a better SC in a very small time frame. Hey, that'd be cool. If somebody else could make exactly what Star Citizen's trying to do in a smaller time frame, more power to them. Somebody's got to do it. I don't really care who it is at this point. I hope that Star Citizen becomes what it's trying to be and manages to have its own unique things that, you know, set it apart from whatever somebody's going to do with Unreal 5 engine. And I believe that's the case, but whoever makes it, makes it. Think he is using you generally there. Also being outraged is in vogue right now. I don't know. Maybe. People have told me that I'm getting negative. I'm becoming more negative. I think maybe they're just noticing that I'm trying to include more nuance in my points of view. But you never know, man. I get told I am a white knight and also that I should probably play other games in the same days. It's strange. It confuses me. Sometimes I sit there to myself and I'm like, wait, am I actually being more negative? You're more hyped for Obsidian's Outer Worlds 2. I'm pretty pumped for that too. But I think that's a ways away, unfortunately. How long and how many iterations it took Team Fortress 2 to come out? I actually don't. But that's Valve, right? Doesn't Valve do that game? They're on like a 15-year time release cycle. Serious question. Have you heard of any party making tools like fleets or anything that allows larger party makeups? Thoughts? Tools like fleets or anything that allows larger party makeups. What exactly do you mean? Like tools outside of the game, Mega Johnny? Unreal 5 using 32-bit positional system. If anybody wants to make SC with Unreal, they'd have to do a major refactor. Didn't Unreal 5.1 switch over to 64-bit? Or is that just something somebody said? I don't actually know. That's hearsay. Skeptical is not the same as cynicism. It is fair to be critical and still be excited. Right, that's the balance I try to hit. I mean, I'm not worried about people not thinking I'm positive. It's kind of... it would be very weird to go look at my videos or watch my streams and come away thinking I'm not positive. But I do struggle with trying to stay in my lane, you know, try to... I watch a lot of Star Citizen YouTube. And I also read a lot of conversations in my own Discord server and talk to plenty of people on Twitter and stuff. Like, I try really hard not to let the things that I read and hear and people say to me leak into my own opinions on this stuff. So, you know, I'm always trying to check myself on that. People outside of the gaming industry keeps making Unreal 5 to be this killer without knowing all its technical limitations, or the fact that it hasn't really been applied to any games yet in a major way. I think they just released an update to Fortnite, and it was like the first update that used some of the new tech in Unreal 5, like their Lumen stuff, like what they have in Eve for the Org Fleet Station Defense, etc. I don't know what that is. Let's see what that is. Eve Org Fleet Station Defense. Is it like a website? Is it something in game? Yeah, I'm gonna need somebody to explain this to me. Get back to me on that. The 5.1 increased map size from 22,000 to 88 million kilometers. Huh. Do you know if we will have a market and economy in SC at the same detail and level as Eve? I know so far is that SC will have AI keeping a finger on the scales of the economy, whereas Eve is purely player driven. I ask this as an old Eve player who is now fully committed to Star Citizen, but hope to be able to work the market and move resources around for the market like I did in Eve. You are right about the fact that it will be... Do I have any videos on this? Quantum economy. I think the only video I have on this is an exclusive right now. Okay, no, here's one. I'll link you this. This will explain a little bit more of how it's going to work. What are you on? We're on the Twitch. It's not going to work exactly like this because obviously I don't know everything they're doing, but this should help explain it a little bit. The economy is going to be kind of, we make a difference in it, but not enough to like really make a difference. We're going to be seeing like 9 AI for every one of us simulated in the economy. So some things you'll be able to affect, like local markets and how that kind of stuff works. You might need bigger numbers than just yourself, but there is some stuff you'll be able to do, I think. Hey, no problem, my friend. The leak said 3-1 versus 9-1. I thought I had heard something about that, so they might have changed up the ratio, that's a pretty big change. That would be pretty wild. 3-1 instead of 9-1 is a major change in terms of how much players can affect the economy, and it'll be interesting to see how that ends up going. Let's look at a couple extra features that are coming up soon. What time is it? Oh wow, we've been at this, huh? Let's see what the mission feature team's been doing. Bounty Hunter V2 is a very exciting one. I hope this is something we hear about in Q1 of next year. I mean, from what they're saying on this, but again, this was last updated December 18th of 2020. That's what I mean. I don't know how... We already don't know if this is the end of the actual work, right? Wouldn't it be nice to at least know that that's accurate? Because if this hasn't been updated in 2 years now, how do we know that this isn't 6 months later? Either way, Bounty Hunting V2 is going to be the first thing that uses virtual AI. So somebody was just asking, Hezekiah, just asking about the economy. Virtual AI are a big part of the economy because virtual AI are the simulators that go about doing jobs, building a name for themselves, becoming pirate lords, becoming freighter pilots that can haul a lot of stuff. All of the AI that's named and actually functional in the game. I'm sorry, I'm getting that backwards. All of those AI that I just referred to are called subsumption AI. Virtual AI are what those things appear to be when you don't see them. That was a weird sentence. What they are when you don't see them. They're simulated data points that carry a set of requirements, criteria, all that stuff. So look here. He kind of describes virtual AI here. They are always executing logic. They are lightweight, so they don't take a lot of rendering power and stuff like that, and they're computationally efficient. So these are like I said, just data points, cloud-based, seamlessly transition between virtual and subsumption AI. Whenever you see somebody who's going about their day, I'm sorry, this is a bad example. Like if a pirate is committing crimes or transporting themselves from one station to another or crash landing on a planet, all of those things are being simulated by the virtual AI. And you can start to understand it's really important because the game tracks these things. This is how you would go into the security system, you would look up this person, you would see, okay, they committed this crime at this point, they were pinged at this point at that time. They committed this crime at this point, they were pinged at this point at this time. And that's how they eventually want the bounty hunting career path to settle in. You're not just getting a random mark out in space and going and finding it and shooting it. You're actually tracking some of the things that are happening with this character. So this task is the introduction of that service, the virtual AI, as they say here. And while we don't know when it's coming yet, they haven't really shown much about it. It's going to be a really, really big deal because virtual AI clearly has a lot to do with that background economy simulation. But we don't know when it's happening. What else is there? This one always makes me laugh. Com array improvements. Literally, this is work that finished. They did this work at the end of 2021. Yeah, this work went until Q4 of 2021, and then it was we never saw it. Nothing was ever shared about this. They never talked about it in ISC. As far as I know, it was not in any monthly reports, not Star Citizen Live, nothing. They just have com array mission improvements on here. And they also have 890 jump mission improvements on here. Both of these things happened in 2021, but as far as I'm aware, I don't remember any updates. This says, this will enable the player to drag an unconscious NPC into a ship in the cargo hold to extract them. Includes both lawful and unlawful mission variants. Anybody recall that happening with the 890 jump mission? Is that just me? Is this selective amnesia I'm having? Because I feel like we had mission improvements listed on the progress tracker last year for work being done at the end of 2021, but I never saw it. And I'm sure they're just sitting on it. Like, I can see them not liking the body dragging here and wanting to wait until they had the actual carrying of the body to do these updates. And I can see them waiting on the com array mission improvements as being something that they only wanted to do once they had actual hacking working. Like, both of these things I think have reasonable reasons for us to have not seen them yet. But it annoys me that we haven't been told them, you know? You see them in 318? Careful sharing that info. But if they are in 318, that's good to hear. I wish they'd talk about it. You want to play so badly Lieutenant General Ares lore, but you're getting 30Ks really bad for some reason. You try resetting your router? Not that that makes any difference. It's like blowing in the cartridge back in the 90s, you know? Just something you gotta do. Persistent habs and hangers you want so badly. Let's see where those are. Persistent. Oops, can't spell. Persistent habs received some work in Q4 of 2021. Persistent hangers received continuous work from Q2 of 2021 all the way up through Q2 of 2023. That's a long task. Being worked on by the USPU team. When was the last time they were on Star Citizen Live? Let's see if they said anything about that. USPU feature team. Looks like no more recently than a year ago. Here's the EUPU team. Let's see if they said anything about persistent
farther towards that realism
hangers at that time.
I would say that persistent
Love looking these things up.
hangers are kind of a superset of hangers where they include the personal hangers, which are, but also will include other hangers that you could potentially interact with for other reasons. Because we're now going to make them something that you own, that means that there's going to be some locality tied to them. And there are going to be situations in the game where you may not have access to a hanger that you actually own at a given location. And there are going to be a set of...
Hey, Daroff, would love to get your friend in the game for the first time if they don't know much about it. I think people love to see those reactions, and I'd be happy to take them to show them the game if you want to join. If you're in the Discord, hit me up.
processes in place that still allow you to facilitate certain gameplay loops. So that might mean maybe renting a hanger or having a temporary hanger for a certain transaction. It even opens the door, potentially for things like hangers associated with characters or missions and things like that. But yeah, Rob's, exactly right. That effectively what we're doing is, I mentioned before that cargo was being turned into entities, and then that allows us to have a certain amount of persistent gameplay associated with them. Same thing is true with the hangers. We're gonna now have the ability to simulate them as entities, very similar to ships actually. So, right now in the game, you can already drop things in your ship, put ships inside of ships and store and restore them, and et cetera, et cetera. Hangers are going to start acting a lot more like that.
and players are going to hopefully start thinking of them as something that's like an important part of their kind of fleet, their gameplay set.
Right. So the player hangars that people are familiar with, the Revel in York and stuff like that, those are under the umbrella, the greater umbrella of persistent hangars. But when they see the first version of persistent hangars show up on the roadmap and eventually make its way into the game, it is not that right away. It is working with the hangars that are there in game today. The Area 18 ones and the Lorville ones, and creating persistent storage.
Yeah. So imagine. You're going to choose your starting location of Area 18, and then the ships that you have at Area 18, you'll have a hangar there that comes with your starting, location selection, right? And that's now your hangar. Instead of hangar 27, it's Rob's hangar, Rob's medium hangar, whatever. And just like any other hab or persistent location, you can go there. Now, the only thing that we're not going to build like one hangar entrance for every single player that's actually on the server, right? Or in the game as a whole. It's going to be controlled through ATC. So you're going to contact ATC, say, hey, I'm ready to go. And Chad can talk maybe about more of the technical side of this, of how we're going to be bouncing, players around. But basically, we're going to take you, we're going to move you while you're doing your stuff inside your hangar. And then, hey, I'm ready to go. ATC gives you clearance. That opens up a door, doors open, you fly out directly into the city, and it's all from your persistent hangars.
Honestly, the best part of this is that you'll be able to get a hangar with your ship and not worry about it getting stored. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited to be able to spawn a hangar and have my ship there. And at least this is what I assume is going to happen. I can literally go from like the hangar into the normal area and just like bring things back and forth, load my ship up, do some shopping, get that stuff in there, hang out on the ship, like people sit down and get situated instead of everybody sprints to the ship, gets on board, we open up the doors and go, It'd be super nice for it to be a more calm, significant part of the game to prep your ship to leave. That sounds nice. That sounds like a nice part of persistent hangars, but it's pretty far away. As somebody mentioned there, freight elevators are going to be a part of getting that into the game, and freight elevators are also still in the works here, as you can see. They're both ending in the same area, kind of like the first to second quarter of 2023, but we don't know how that's going to be delayed. Loading up snubs and rovers and ships. Even better, getting to spawn your ships with those things already inside of them. Something they've talked about. You getting really impatient for 318? You and me both, friend. Remember when they sold different hangars? Yeah, that's what he was talking about in there. The whole Revel in York and all that stuff. That stuff still exists. The hangars, the persistent hangars are the technology. The personal hangars are the ones that they sold. You won't accept persistent hangars without a working forklift for you to drive. Yeah, I mean, we can't just go and like not have forklifts in our hangars. What's a hangar without a forklift? Code Red, thanks for the sub. 2 months with that Amazon Prime. I appreciate the support, dude. You're awesome. The mule is a working forklift? Technically, yeah, I guess so. What do you call a forklift that uses tractor beams instead of a fork? Fork tractor? Ah, fork tractor. That's just dumb. Concept forklift sales coming next. LTI on that forklift, please. A Warbond forklift. A beam lift. A forked lift. Huh? I'm gonna fork your lift. Oh, I shouldn't say that. Should just censor that real quick. There we go. Artificial gravity. That's an interesting one. What is this? Implementing the dedicated functionality for items controlling the gravity per room of ships, outposts, and stations. This also includes player controls as part of engineering gameplay. We've seen this in action. We have. Gravity control for your ships. Can you guys like, what that? This game is going to be so much different. literally controlling the gravity on your ships would just be such a better, not even a better change, just such a different vibe. The idea of being able to float down ship corridors while it's running, Expanse style, just the game's gonna be changing so much in the next couple weeks. Anyways, here is them showing off these control systems, basically just revealing the ability for gravity to be controlled and then making that an actual toggleable thing by players in the game. So on the tech side of things are going well with this. And we don't know how far along they are, but we can see on the progress tracker, I mean, we were seeing that kind of footage. That was from like October. So that was when they first started. So they still got plenty of time on it going mid next year, at least as far as it's scheduled. But it is something, and it does line up again with Resource Network, which also is ending around that same time, which I imagine if we looked up, say, I don't know, is Fire still on here? Yeah, they already did all of that stuff. Let's see, life support probably is ending around that same time, mid next year. Let's see. Yeah, so all of that stuff is pretty much linked together, and we'll be seeing them kind of finishing up. They're all very connected, and probably not something we're gonna see until late next year at the earliest, but it is a big deal. Resource management coming in is a freaking major deal. Is the Cutter the best starter ship for the money, and will it be around for after Christmas? I think it's the best starter ship at the price they're giving it at right now. I don't know if the sale's gonna last until after Christmas. 45 bucks for that thing, or I think it might be 50 bucks for that thing, is a pretty good deal. There was a crane variant of the mule. Oh, I remember that in the inside. But that thing was massive. That truck was huge. I think that was bigger than a mule. We look at UGFs and then find that picture. Is it this one? See, now that's a mule next to those people. Normal kind of sized. But then there was that other vehicle, this one. Look at this person. Look at how small the person is down here compared to this vehicle. This thing's huge. I don't know what this is, but it looks fun. Looks like a weapon. Just wanted to say that I love what you do. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you, Dicey. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. What I do would not be nearly as fun if people weren't interested in it. I won't lie about it. But thanks for making use of it, and I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, you can do the power thing on the Reclaimer mission. Right about that, Toter. What's the cheapest PC that I can buy which will run SC nicely? Nicely is a difficult call. Nothing runs the game particularly well, okay, I can't say that. My computer doesn't run the game particularly nicely. But if you got anything high-end at this point, you'd be doing pretty well. I would go to the YouTube channel called 10pound42 and check out their videos. He talks a lot about like computer requirements for this game, what runs well, what keeps the game going, best things you can do to make it run. But like a mid to high range computer using updated components, as long as you're on an SSD, you've got at least 16 gigs of RAM, then you should be okay. I think they said it ends the 8th. Okay, that's the Cutter deal. Pull up the reference material so fast. I spend a lot of my time just cutting and naming. Actually, Mrs. Tomato cuts all of the footage, and then I name it. So it's well, I could show you. So I can literally just go into my folder here. Just go into my folder here of all of my footage, type in UGF, and then I kind of can recognize the thumbnails pretty well. But I just scroll down here, and you can see the video. Garden, Interstellar Initiative. Extreme Elements. You're such a GII spammer. I think the 5800 X3D is the top processor for Star Citizen. How do I enter the giveaway? And by the way, fan, I stream also on YouTube. YouTube's dope for streaming. If you want to enter the giveaway, exclamation point giveaway will make them pop up. 400i giveaway usually pops up first, and then the Aurora giveaway pops up after that. You have 6 terabytes of game footage for the past 5 years. Jeez. That is a lot. Oh, they're cheap right now. Okay. Yeah, I've been hearing a little bit about that processor. I don't know how AMD processors work. Like, do they even have capacitors? Is that even a thing? Do they use physics? I don't know. I don't know how the naming works on those CPUs, so I can never really say much about them. What else do we got here? The Argo SRV. Likely going to be our introduction to vehicle tractor beams. The SRV is our little tugboat that could. It's been going through the work. This is the gray box phase we saw earlier this year. Just kind of showing off some of the details. Obviously very bare, very basic because they hadn't really gotten actual modeling done in here. Then this is kind of some of the concepts surrounding the actual tractor beam itself. How it would work if it was grabbing a Cutlass Black and holding it there. And that's about the size that they expect for you to be able to realistically and efficiently move around a ship. It's not going to be like a hard limit. It'll actually be based on the mass of ships. So they'll allow you to do, to drag around larger ships as long as you have other SRVs with you. So you could get like 5 SRVs and get a hammerhead and drag it home or something like that. Then you can see some of the more animations here coming from the original concept artist. So a cool ship, introducing something new to the game that we've never seen before, new gameplay, and probably one of the more interesting things that ships will be able to do in the near term future. Ship-based tractor beams are going to be huge when it comes to the cargo refactor. So it's good that they're getting that done right now, and I think they probably realize that they can't go very long with the cargo refactor without this stuff. So I would hopefully expect to see this in whatever patch comes after 3.19. It might come in 3.19, which would be a month later than the scheduled work ending, but I wouldn't put money on that. You're a bit smad about the Lynx rover popping out of nowhere in the loaner ship matrix 2 days before IAE and not hearing a thing about it even during RSI day. Dude, I don't know what's going on with the Lynx. It says they're working on it. I don't know if that means they're just reconcepting or what. This is the vehicle content team, so maybe not, but it also says that they've got work going up to around when the SRV has work, so maybe we'll hear some more about that in the first quarter. Just bought the Corsair. You're stoked about the Pyro update, so it's your pledge ship now. Corsair's dope. Can I explain how it will affect cargo? The tractor beams? Yeah, so right now, or not right now, but in 3.18, if you blow up a ship and it doesn't actually like stay soft dead, all of these boxes are going to spill out of the ship into space. Like, look at how many boxes there are. Imagine being a person who just blew up the ships and wants to take all their cargo. You would literally have to go into your ship, grab your multi-tool, your tractor beam, EVA out into the field, get a box, EVA back into your ship, put it on the cargo grid, and keep doing that. As opposed to, let's say you had something like a Nomad, which will have a tractor beam on the back of... Let's see. So Nomad is going to have a tractor beam like in here somewhere. you'd be able to just literally sit in your ship and control what you're doing. Tractor beam it to your ship, tractor beam it to your ship, tractor beam it to your ship. And, you know, obviously that starts to go up in productivity the more ships you have there. You can load other ships without ever leaving your seat. Just change the way that we can play with cargo once we find it. Yeah, the Nomad has a utility mount. And last I checked, they're going to let utility mounts mount tractor beams. Crossbow. Do you see the Udi Flex? Or is it Ulti Flex? I always forget. It might be Ulti Flex. Yeah, Ulti Flex crossbow. This one had work done a while ago. I don't know what's going on with it. Considering upgrading your pledge from the Cutlass Black to the Corsair, any thoughts or opinions? Depends why you're doing it. Cutlass is a great ship. And if you're still going to be playing solo, I would stick with the Cutlass. I wonder if you could Elite Dangerous style just open your cargo bay and scoop them up in space. I think so, but they wouldn't snap onto the cargo grid. So you'd still want to move them yourself once they're on the ship. Isn't the ship tractor beam creates a bubble and collects a whole heap of boxes? I don't know. I don't know how the ship tractor beam is going to work. There is a concept picture that makes it look kind of like, I don't know, this looks like a single box sort of thing. And then I think there is another one here that they did. Kind of looks like a bit of a bubble. I don't know. These are all concept images, so they're not actually indicative of the gameplay itself. I don't know how it's going to work. Awesome to hear about the Nomad. Now just add a proper back door for the cargo deck access. Ah, that's the downside to it, right? Do we know anything about the Carrack modularity cargo containers replacement with cooler stuff? That'd be dope if we could replace those cargo containers with other stuff. How cool would it be if you could detach those boxes and say, like, you could get a medical variant of that and you could just detach one of the Carrack pods inside as like a little, almost like the C8R setup, so it's just a medical box you could leave anywhere as like a local healing station. That would be dope. I don't think we've heard anything about the Carrack modularity. Just started getting into medical gameplay, and man, do I want the Apollo to come out. You and me both. I'm not even a medic and I want the Apollo out. Such a cool ship. You feel like going from Cutlass to Connie Taurus is a better bang for your buck. Is the Taurus cheaper? Is that why? Just started, oh, I already read that. Just thinking of the SRV tractor beam. Yeah, I don't know about the SRVs. It also really only showed it servicing one vehicle at a time. There's a Cutlass. Here's two of them with a Constellation because you would need more. And then I think there might be one other picture I have. I don't seem to have it labeled. One other picture where it's carrying a box, but it's only one box. It escapes me. I can't find it. It's in here somewhere. All these pictures always are. But whenever I want to find them, they're not there. And whenever I don't need them, they keep showing up. You know how it is. Can't find this one though. There's yeah, it's like carrying what looks like maybe a 9 SCU crate or something like that. But that's all I remember seeing. Ah, I found it. I was literally just about to give up. So that's all I've seen before, which this is a pretty big box. Like, massive box. Look at the size of the box compared to the person. So this thing probably carries more than 9. I would say that's like 18 SCU maybe. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 rows like that. and then you probably got like 4 sets of that or something like that. So I could see you being able to carry a lot of stuff, but I don't know about multiple things. Imagine how many SRVs you'd need to do a javelin. Want to see something cool? Check this out. Love these kinds of things. Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. This isn't SRVs and javelins, but I can show you how many Argo PTVs with tractor beams on them it takes to move an Idris. It's at least something. This is actually pretty funny.
Cut! Jimmy, we're rolling.
Jimmy!
Nope. We're over here, Jimmy. Uh-huh. Eyes front. Reset.
What a way with words. This is great. All right, so check this out. This first shot here, they're going to show an Idris, and it's getting towed by some Argo ships. Very briefly. See them? They only needed 3. That's a lie. There's no way you'd be able to move this ship with 3 freaking Argo PTVs with tractor beams. You crazy. Crazy if you want me to accept that. But that's the only time we've ever seen tractor beams working on vehicles. And it wasn't even in game. Looks like 30 to 45 SCU. Probably. I'm not very good at volume. I am bad at both volume and distance, which was not great for being an engineer. that hurt me more than it helped me. $32 SCU, okay. The SRV is going to be a game changer for infiltration and extraction if it can drop and pick up a Nova or an Atlas in combat. All the things. It's kind of crazy. They're letting it pick up anything that's interactable. So like mineable asteroids you will be able to move with an SRV. Love to see somebody use those as weapons. Just chuck some asteroids at a space station. See what happens. In space? I mean, yo, if it takes 2 SRVs to do a constellation in space, why would it take 3 PTVs to do a whole Idris? Come on now. Super powered Argo tractor beams. Yeah, I think it would just be too much inertia, too much mass. It's kind of like with the tractor beam in game already. If you try to pick up heavier things, the tractor beam tells you it can't move them, or it's having more trouble moving them. Maybe you need less SRVs to move it than quantum fuel. Maybe. It might be functional. It might, but I think they said that was a... yeah, decommissioned Idris. Maybe it is functional, though. You control stations with surrounding them with asteroids. How are they ever going to stop people from doing stuff like that? It's going to be so bad. We're just going to drag all the most useless stuff. Use asteroids as weapons. What is this? The Expanse? I mean, it was inspiring, right? Didn't they say they were adding mining veins? They did. Like a little permanent sort of deposits. Not permanent, but I guess kind of permanent. Thumper T, thanks for the cheer, by the way. I missed that. I'm sorry I didn't mention that before. Hope you're still here. Hey, Discordia. Good to see you. Can ships scoop asteroids? I think they will be able to. But I don't know if it's for sure. Let's see. Anything else really interesting in here? AI map marker system rework. We talked about that a little bit. This will probably, I think this, the map rework, master modes, the star map, and the quantum travel rework all are pretty closely linked. And even though this is saying it's finishing work in the end of this year, I bet you this will be at least 6 months before it's in the game. Go to Squadron 42 first. What vehicle am I most excited about? I think the Vulcan. It's like a really good sized ship with a lot of functionality attached to it. Asteroid facilities should be cool. Boreal Stalker, bounty hunting, building interiors, cargo system refactor, cave archetypes. What does this mean, cave archetypes? If we're getting sand caves in 2018, what is the rest of this work going towards in terms of cave archetypes? What do you think we'd get first, ice caves or water caves? Or I think they also mentioned toxic caves or something like that. What I hope we start to get with cave archetypes is more than just your standard cave room. Maybe some stalactites, maybe some bodies of water. You guys think it'll be ice caves first? Ice, water, acid, overgrown, right. If you could scoop up an asteroid, you could block off cave entrances. You don't even have to scoop up the asteroid. The SRV can move asteroids. It can move mineable asteroids. Check this out. Star Citizen, SRV, Q&A. Just because, you know, it's always better to get some eyes on the source. Can the SRV tow asteroids? Physicalized items in the world can be manipulated if they're within the mass range of the tractor beam. Currently, the only dynamic asteroids in the game are the mineable variety, though it will be possible to tow these asteroids around if desired. We'll see if they go back on that, but they did say it. They said it. No more caves? Why not caves? What do you got against caves, huh? You don't like underground stuff? They are doing sand caves right now, but what I was saying is the sand caves will be in game here. And there's more work scheduled after that. Can it warp? You know what? I think they answered that too. It can, I believe. It can go through quantum travel while towing. The Argo SRV can quantum travel while towing. Yeah. So, you're good. If you dodge a wrench, you can dodge an asteroid. That's a big wrench. They already did boat tech. Boat tech is such a weird thing for this game to have. I think that's always my go-to whenever I complain about a feature. Would be nice if the torch was more effective. Yeah, we could really use a torch update. However they plan on doing that. Listen, folks, I think this was a pretty solid review of recent news, upcoming features, and some reviews of what's going on in Star Citizen. This was how all of the Monday streams are. I usually do some form of a talking stream where we talk about the latest news or the features. Next week, we'll be going over the monthly report. So the monthly report detailing everything that happened in Star Citizen over the last month will come out on Wednesday. I will make a video for that will be up on my YouTube channel, but I'll also spend 3 to 4 hours on next week's stream, same time, same place, Monday, going over that. So if you enjoy this kind of stuff, if you like learning more about what's actually going on, how it's going on, when it might be coming, join us for that. If you like gameplay though, I will probably be playing the actual game on Wednesday and Friday. I've got a subathon coming up for my birthday, so when the 400i giveaway ends, I'll probably do a subathon that day, so that's in 2 weeks. But until then, I'll be doing a little bit of gameplay over the next couple of weeks, trying to get together some events and figure out some more fun things for the org to do. I'm also going to be doing a computer upgrade soon, and I haven't talked too much about it, but I'm getting ready to start actually playing the game realistically. I don't know how many of you watch like DayZ content or Rust content, but believe it or not, I'm a huge fan of DayZ videos, and there are a couple of creators who've like really inspired me in terms of making gameplay stories and adding narratives to them and stuff. So that's something that I'm also probably going to start looking towards doing more next year, but I'll start kind of doing that on the streams over the next few weeks, whenever I can upgrade my computer so the game runs faster than 25 frames per second. But I want to do that in Star Citizen, so that's something I'm looking into doing. And if you want more gameplay, like I said, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday this week we'll be doing that, and next week we'll do monthly report. So thanks everybody for being here. It was a great stream. I had good fun. And I'm going to send you all on to HC Vertigo, sorry, playing some Star Citizen. Go annoy him. Jump in there. Make some noise. Do some comments. Drop some emotes. Give him the Tomat love. I appreciate you all for being here today. Thank you so much for coming. We got both giveaways going. You've got plenty of ways to enter it and plenty of time to enter. So make sure to come back on Wednesday and get some points. Happy birthday in case you're not around for that tomato. Thank you, Discordia. Daroff, ping me in the Discord just so I don't miss reaching out to you. We'll set something up. Yeah, Raviticus, I think that's gonna be the best kind of content for this game. Frankie and Moon. Is that a DayZ creator? It's actually JLK is the person that I watch mostly. I used to watch Wellen do Rust stuff. Anyways, folks, good night. Best of love and best of luck with your week. I hope you had a good day. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'd love to see you again on Wednesday. Y'all are the best. I appreciate you being here. I always have fun with these streams, and I hope you do too. Anyways, I'll either see you in the Discord, see you in the game, or see you on Wednesday. Have a good one, folks. Later.